You're about to watch another exciting episode of the Dungeon Run, but did you know that you can actually be part of the adventure? Tune in live on Wednesday nights at 6 p.m. Pacific time, and you can make your voice heard and help determine the fate of our adventurers. Hope to see you there.
Greetings and welcome to The Dungeon Run, a live tabletop role-playing game where your interactions help tell the tale. I am Lord Ereban, the Keeper of Secrets, and I have brought these adventurers together and set them on an epic quest to decide the fate of the world. When they found my amulet, it gave them the key to unlock the mysteries of Ein and allowed them to communicate with you, the Watchers of the Time Stream. Now you have the power to help or hinder them as you see fit. If this is your first episode, fear not. Our Dungeon Master will catch you up on everything you need to know to jump right in. And you can always watch past episodes by visiting our YouTube or listen to the audio version by searching for The Dungeon Run wherever you get fine podcasts. The Dungeon Run is made possible through the generous support of our patrons. Bonus shows, special content, and more is available when you become a supporter at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. And join the incredible Dungeon Run community by visiting the official, unofficial, Discord at thedungeon.run/Discord. Also, don't forget to like and subscribe. It really does make a difference. But now, sit back, relax, enter the world of Ein, and let the dice roll!
Yay! Welcome, watchers of the Time Stream. Welcome, patrons, to the Dungeon Run episode 114, which is, in fact, the penultimate episode of the Heroes of Bingle storyline. If this is your first episode, where you been? No, that's okay. There is going to be a recap that I will do shortly that will give you all the information you need to know. Just jump right in right here. So stick around for that. But let's get to some business right here at the top. You know, the show is supported by patrons at patreon.com/thedungeonrun. If you are not one of them, please consider it. Of course, we'd never want anyone to support the show if it would put you into any kind of financial hardship. Lots of ways to support the show without monetary donation, including telling your friends about it. Posting about it on the socials is always helpful. But if you can support the show, patreon.com/thedungeonrun has a lot of really cool perks for you waiting there, ready to go. Cast secrets, an entire bonus show called The Cooldown. Really fun cooldown this week, I thought. I watched it and then I participated.
I was gonna say it was a fun one. We kind of called an audible and added a Jeffrey Kanata to the mix halfway through the show.
Yeah, I was like, it doesn't get much more last minute special guest than that.
I joked that it was my easiest time running tech on the cooldown until we decided to throw a Jeff Kanata sized wrench into things, and then. Just forgive me for the visuals around halfway through the show, and then they get better.
I ruined stuff.
Oh, please.
But it was tons of fun. Of course, this last week, we had a really amazing time with the community working on Ertinfert's final puzzle, which it was just incredibly fun. We'll talk more about that, I'm sure, in the context of the game. But it was just wild, and I'm so grateful for everybody that participated and threw their ideas around and helped solve that puzzle. It was just so much fun. It was an incredible 4 or 5 days to watch the community all work together and be supportive, and it just makes me realize how special this place is that we found here, carved out our little nook on the internet. So thank you all for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Special shout out to Elite Ninja, who solved it in 38 minutes. And
guessed correctly in 38 minutes. And then I think JT Justice was the one who actually solved it several days later. Actually got to the solve in a way where they knew it was the solve. But yes, it was.
We all helped.
It was pretty cool. All right. What else do I need to tell you? Ron, merch?
Yes. Merch. Still no merch yet. Apologies. We are working on a lot of things right now, so I promise you it's coming. And that's my update. I
Good update.
do want to say one thing about we've had some issues here and there, very rarely, with our fulfillment center. If you ever have an issue, please just email us at the Dungeon Run at
Gmail.
Dungeon Show
At the Dungeon Run Show at gmail.com.
gmail.com, and just know that I am handling all of those. I will get to them as soon as I can, and then I'm acting as an intermediary between you and our fulfillment center. So I promise you we will work out everything with you.
Do not fake merch complaints just to talk to Ron Ogden over here.
Please, because I mean, everyone does. You could just reach out to me on Discord. Let's help you.
He's easy to get a hold of.
My shirt didn't arrive, and also, hi, Ron. If you are watching live here on Twitch, you can support the show in a number of ways as well, including by purchasing digital items like advantages and disadvantages for any of the players or myself, which immediately affect dice rolls in our game. You're put into a queue behind the previously purchased ones. Also, there is a tug of war every week between Team Force of Good and Team Force of Evil that unlocks a force card of the winning team in the following episode. Those are triggered by purchasing balloons, either gold or purple for Team Force of Good or Evil, or the potatoes and yams, which are good and evil as well. Those have already been purchased. We got a flurry of activity already, folks, including gold potato from Whisper Joe, who says,
Whoa.
happy
Whisper Joe.
early birthday, Numera.
Yeah.
Hey, happy birthday, Numera.
Yeah. And then a gold potato from Numera that says happy early birthday.
Amazing.
I don't even know if
Thank
that's from
you.
Numera, but we also got a potato from City Racing Girl.
Wow.
A potato from Gateway Guy that says happy birthday to Gateway Guy.
Happy birthday, Gateway Guy.
A lot of birthdays this week,
birthday.
evidently.
I'm
March
loving the
birthdays.
birthday spuds.
Indeed.
I believe there are lots of birthdays simply because of my son's birthday party calendar, which is filling up like crazy.
Oh boy, I'm sorry.
We also got a gold potato from very appropriately named Idaho Judd.
Nice.
Thank you,
Nice.
Idaho Judd. And
Thank you.
evil yams from Fail Waffle and AG McLeod. Thank you for those as well. Huge thanks, because it is very, very generous. That brings the current Force War to Team Force of Good 71%, Team Force of Evil
Hooray.
29%.
Nice.
Last week, Team Force of Good prevailed, which
Thank goodness.
unlocks a Force card for this episode. I enjoyed this one quite a lot. We got a lot of really good ones this week. We've been getting the quality of the Force card submissions has just been off the charts. It's been very difficult for me to choose. This one stood out. I think you'll see why pretty quickly. It was submitted by Sitar, and it is called Stump the Party.
Oh, okay.
This is, I think, inspired by Ertinfert. It goes like this. Why should he have all the fun when the episodes left number only one? Let's riff a Force of Good better than Erty ever could. Like many a magic flower, this riddle will give you power. Don't like a die roll? Then say a name. The person will re-roll. Not so lame. Puzzles not your jam? That's fair. 2 free uses because I care. A certain set of NPCs are the ones I need. These ones all come from the same seed. Not riches, not veggies, not even a broom. Perhaps you saved some from certain doom. I think it would be proper to note you met them long before any mote. Say a name and get your prize. Let the heroes of Bingle rise.
Wow.
Whoa.
So if you can figure out that riddle.
Wait.
Another riddle.
Wait a
Another
minute.
riddle.
Come on. Wait a minute.
It means
Are there 5 names?
there are 7,
There are 7. Okay.
I believe.
Okay.
7 NPCs.
Yeah.
that
7
we-
NPC that came from a seed before we met any mote.
We
from the
perhaps
same
saved them
seed.
from doom.
Wait, we get to re-roll if we
Say one of the names of the NPCs.
got it.
What did I
Anyone
hear
wanna
about
guess
twice?
what it
Something
is?
about twice?
Huh?
I'm
What
No,
was the
nobody
line?
got
I
it,
know
really?
what it is.
2?
Okay, tell me.
Oh wait, we're supposed to
I
guess
just-
them right now,
wait.
or
No. I'm just tell me what you think that the riddle is indicating.
Who I think they are?
No, you don't have to say the names. Just who they are in general.
Oh,
How do I say that
Ha-
without saying that?
yeah, without giving it away.
Like their
Oh.
relation to us?
Yes.
My
Is
sisters?
it Lily's
Blood?
sister?
It's Lily's sister. If you can
Okay.
name a Lily's sister and
Oh,
not
God.
repeat,
Mhm.
you can re-roll a die.
Oh God, I gotta
Okay.
go first.
I was
And
gonna
no
say.
cheating. No looking on the wiki.
I know two.
There you go.
It's
Well,
been a minute.
Prem-
Okay.
Prem is the easiest one.
Oh, be quiet,
Oh, well,
Jared.
Jared!
You just cheated.
You just burned one, dude. Shut your mouth.
All right. What else am I forgetting? Jessica, tell me what's going on in the chat.
Yeah, so we got some love, and I'm gonna start at who was first. Oh my gosh, I have to keep scrolling. Oh my god, I have to keep scrolling. There's so much love. There's so much of it. There's so much love.
Yay.
Okay. We started off with a hype train, which is amazing. We got some cheers from Arc 13, Cetar, and Witch Space. We got lots of resubs going on. Oh my god, over a year from some
So
folks,
many-
including Just
many
Jules. And Lesbian Wolf, over a year. Amazing. Cheer from Numera. A Jar Full of Bees gave out a community gift sub. Another cheer from Benzo Strong. Another cheer from Benzo Strong. Liam draws with a cheer. Just Jules came in with a party of raiders. So welcome in, raiders. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Dungeons and Dragons and the Heroes of Bingle. We got a cheer from Tua Mask and from Svenetti and Squishy Tofu. And then we got a gift sub from Tua Mask. We got a cheer from Benzo Strong again, and some cheers from Vosh Voyager, Hadrian with a giant, massive cheer, Tua Mask, Kitty Scritches, Amal the last. Wait, what is this? Amal the Athleus last unicorn. I'm sorry, I butchered that. Tua Mask, Tua Mask,
I think
Tua
you
Mask,
nailed it.
Jim Whitted, Tua Mask with cheers. A huge cheer from Roadrunner. Thank you. Another cheer from Tua Mask. Oh my gosh, I wasn't lying when I said there was a lot of love in here. Another cheer from Tua Mask. Another cheer from Ben So Strong. 5 community gift subs from Red Robin. Another huge cheer from Hadrian. Cheer from Chef Scott, Numera, Ben So Strong, Tua Mask. 5 community gift subs from That's Wild Man. Cheers from Kitty Scritches, Ben So Strong, Liam Draws. Another giant, massive cheer from Hadrian. A jar full of bees with a huge cheer. Oh my god. Is this it? There's more. There's more. Another cheer from Squishy Squirg. And one more cheer from Ben So Strong. And I see lots of people resubbing. A few of you are resubbing with your Prime account, so thank you for choosing our channel to subscribe for free. Thank you, everybody.
Very
She's a
cool.
professional, folks.
Also, we got a couple more potatoes and yams. We got a golden potato from Hadrian X. Thank you, Hadrian
Wow.
X. And evil yams from Doug in Texas, and a second from Fail Waffle. Thank you
Oh,
all
nice.
for those.
Thank
Some
you.
balloons from Big Bear Keaton and Squid Bob Tentacle Pants.
Big bear.
Amazing. All right, have we got to everything, folks?
There's a new cast secret up that I did today as well.
Oh.
So if
Okay.
you're
Nice.
Patreon level of cast secret or above, you can go check that out.
Does
As
it have a little poetry in it?
well. It does.
Ooh.
Oh.
All right. Do not miss the poetry of Sith Red Thistle, folks.
Indeed.
All right. With that being said, there's only one thing left to do to get this party started, and that is light the torch. It started as a simple dungeon run, but it has become a quest for power. The power of a god. When these 5 adventurers discovered a magical amulet hidden deep inside an abandoned dragon's lair, they had no idea it would be the key to unraveling the great mystery of their world. A mystery that explains why no one in all of Ain can remember anything before the War of Ideas 300 years ago. At that time, the Queen of the Dragonborn Empire and her most trusted champions made a decision that would change everything. A blue elf called Onivrius the Keen had created an object that put their world in peril. The Urn of Invention. With it, he could turn energy, life force, into any idea he could fathom. With limitless power came limitless ambition, greed. He yearned to transcend his mortal form and become a god. To do so, he curried favor with the god of death, Naz Qualthet. He made an offering, cursing his own people, damning them to death or subjugation underground. He wiped the blue elves from the surface of the planet. The few who survived became the Drow. To stop Onivrius the Omnipotent, the champions of the Ariad Age slew the mighty chrono dragon Nonezaron and fed its heart into their own Urn of Invention. They crafted a weapon capable of defeating a god. Onivrius's wife, Mirisis Blue, used the Godslayer blade to strike down her husband and harvest the essence of godhood he had attained. The champions of the Ariad Age split that energy into 5 parts and used it to become the Wardens, 100-foot-tall guardians whose sole purpose was to protect the realms and ensure that no one would attain the knowledge needed to create an Urn of Invention ever again. But before Mirisis gave up her identity to become a warden, she appealed to another god. Praying to the goddess of truth and knowledge, she wished for a child, a daughter, to carry on the legacy of the Blue Elves, to survive in the peaceful world that her sacrifice was bringing about. That child, a living embodiment of a wish, was kept hidden, even from her mother, by the winged Aarakocra of the Pash Mountains. Trapped inside the towering form of the Cyclo-Warden and unable to reunite with her daughter, Mirisis Blue was distraught. To ease her pain, she made a deal with dark forces. The Great Old One Ganador, trapped inside a plane of madness known as the Void, offered her solace, a reprieve from her anguish in the infinite embrace of the Abyss. Meanwhile, her daughter Osira grew to womanhood and had a child of her own, a half-human, half-elf named Dahlia. But as the heir of the Blue Elf matriarchy, Osira was a target. Demonic forces from beyond the Void found purchase in the mortal realm and began their hunt for noble blood. Eventually, the sinister Lord of Crows found Osira and killed her, releasing the wish that had created her back into pure potential. Dahlia was heartbroken, but with her mother's wish, she saw an opportunity to save her grandmother from endless torment. Alongside her beloved, an intrepid wizard named Conroy Tig, she brought the wish to the mouth of the Void, seeking to draw Mirisis out and save her. But before she could utter her wish, a dark tendril shot from the shadowy abyss and ran her through. In his grief, Conroy used the wish himself, demanding Dahlia come back to him. And it worked. From her crackling funeral pyre, he heard the sounds of Dahlia alive. But wishes are manifestations of chaos, a force outside the balance of the universe. They rarely work out exactly as intended. Dahlia was back, but as an infant, a child Conroy raised as his own, renaming her Fahima. In the years that followed, Mirisis remained in the Void, but she found ways to reach out, to make connections to individuals who yearned to know more about the demonic potential of the Far Realm. Eventually, a young man at Nightstone Abbey, a misfit at Ain's most prestigious school of magic, stumbled upon a way to receive messages from her. Through a dark book of shadows, James Quillis made contact with what Mirisis had become, the Void Warden, the thrall of Ganador, known as Shothragot. She became James's patron, granting him amazing abilities and grooming him to come to her aid. She tested his loyalty, used him as a tool to strike down others who would seek power from the void, and began his transformation into a demon lord, the only being capable of enduring the madness of the dark abyss. James Quillis met Fahima Taig and the rest of the heroes of Bingle when they discovered the Secret Keeper's amulet, a relic that had been forged in the Urn of Invention by the champions of the Ariad Age and given to the mysterious Lord Ereban, an Illithid responsible for erasing the world's memories 300 years ago. With the amulet, the heroes were able to recover some of those missing memories, to witness visions of the past hidden inside the Warden's subconscious. But reaching the Wardens was not easy. The heroes discovered that another group was hunting them down, capturing them, and extracting the motes of power that had created them. A dangerous spellcaster known as the Ashen Mage had assembled a cabal made up of some of the most capable individuals in all of Ain. A brilliant scientist calling himself Fardinald Ertinfert, an exiled son of a dragonborn princess who reinvented himself as the undersea warrior Yan Mo, and a former street urchin whose cunning and smarts made her one of the greatest thieves alive, Vic. Together, they disrupted Ain's most vital trade route, fomented a war between orcs and dwarves, and acquired 3 motes, 3/5 of a god. The race was on to attain the other 2. The heroes of Bingle tracked the Quake Warden to a remote location in the northwest called Orms. There, they persuaded the Quake Warden to leave its self-imposed exile and bring them to a portal leading to the Secret Keeper's lair. Lord Ereban presented them with a trial to earn his trust, a trial in which Fahima sacrificed herself, once again unleashing the wish that allowed her to be back into pure potential. As they had so many times before, the heroes of Bingle had a choice to make. They decided to use the wish to bring Fahima back in Dahlia's body. Rather than choosing between Fahima and Dahlia, they allowed her to be both. The half-blue elf returned to Ain with all of Fahima's experiences intact and, as specified, with Fahima's heart. A heart that burned like a fireball, visible through the exposed wound in the center of Dahlia's chest. There, in the Secret Keeper's lair, in front of the creature that could wipe their minds, Civ and Uggo wanted to forget. They wanted to offload their secrets, unburden themselves of their most difficult memories, to make use of the service that only Lord Ereban could provide. But the rest of the team would not allow it. Lily argued, and James blasted an intellect devourer off of Uggo's head just as it prepared to feast. Knowing that the Ashen Mage and her cabal had discovered the location of the 5th mote, the team raced to the mouth of the void, the gaping hole at the edge of the world. But when they arrived, riding on the back of the towering Quake Warden, they found it sealed, locked tight by a device created by the mad scientist Fardinald Ertinfert. Even worse, that device was defended by clockwork machines of his own design. Ertinfert had been building a massive robot based on his observations of the Wardens themselves, an enormous Mecha-Warden capable of wielding the combined elemental powers of the Inferno, Typhoon, and Storm Wardens. And it appeared that battle station was fully operational. Piloted by clones of Ertinfert himself, the Mecha-Warden attacked, overwhelming the Quake Warden with sheer power. Mounted inside the machine's skull was a device capable of extracting the Quake Warden's essence. The Mecha-Warden pinned it in place, opened its mouth, and siphoned the mote of stone out of the mighty Guardian. Seeing this, Lily leapt into action. She conjured a dimension door and teleported inside the immense machine. She disguised herself as an Ertinfert flushed gallons of water through the chamber, and shoved one of her trusty flutes into the moving gears of the extraction device. No longer able to keep the mote stable and contained, the device began to malfunction. Recognizing the danger, the heroes of Bingle began to flee, but James turned back. Hoping to prevent the loss of the mote, he tried to convince an Ertinfert to repair the device. But it was too late. An incredible explosion detonated inside the Mecha-Warden's skull, obliterating the entire colossal construct. As we ended last week, shrapnel fell from the sky alongside a burning figure of James Quillis and the shimmering mote of stone. That is where we will pick up this week.
Cool.
We get some potatoes while I was speaking, including the second from Hadrian X and Big Bear Keaton, who says it's the first time viewing live since we were in the studio.
Nice.
Welcome, Big Bear.
Pretty awesome. Thank you, Big Bear Keaton. Very, very generous of you, and we appreciate it. Welcome to the live show. 2 more evil yams.
Wow.
Yams number 3 and 4 from Fail Waffle. Thank you,
Fail
Fail Waffle. And we got a balloon from Ganador. So
What?
there's that. New, I believe a
Does it have slime on it?
a new person I've not seen before. That brings the Force War to 57% for Force of Good, 43% for Team Force of Evil.
Gonna be one of those nights.
It will indeed. It will indeed. Okay. Back to our story. So, those of you who are still flying witness an incredible explosion. You feel the heat of it as it expands outward, engulfing the entirety of the Mecha-Warden. Bits of metal and wood spray into your bodies with innumerable tiny thunks. The pressure of the blast pushes you forward in the air, tumbling, struggling to remain in control. Dahlia, roll a concentration check, please.
Oof. Okay.
You have
Oh.
advantage from Idaho Judd.
Just a warning:
Idaho.
if you fail a concentration check on fly, you'll never be allowed to forget it.
Thank you for reminding us to once again berate you for it. So thank you for dropping us so long ago.
Warning you, no
That is the
pressure.
rule. That is the rule.
Are we within? How close are we to each other as this explosion?
I believe you
is
guys were all
happening?
pretty close to each other. You all jumped out the same.
I mean, I was
Yeah.
literally holding Dahlia.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, great.
And I had Lily.
I had advantage, right? From
Yes.
Idaho? Okay.
Yes.
That was a natural 20.
So you maintain your
First roll.
concentration.
Boring.
Okay.
This
Behind you, the sky glitters with a cascade of sparks and shrapnel. Enormous pieces of the construct collapse to the ground, crashing and breaking everything around them. The sound is awful. Metal bending and tearing under enormous strain, your ears still ringing from the concussive blast. And through it all, you see 2 things. The brilliant, glittering mote of stone soaring through the air like a shooting star, leaving a trail of vibrant gray color that lingers in its wake. And a fiery black dot catapulted from the interior of the Mecha-Warden's skull, dropping like a burning cinder. It is a vaguely humanoid form, but it looks to have been completely consumed by the blast. It lands with a thud, leaving a cracked divot in the ground.
Okay.
Smoke swirls around the still smoldering figure.
Do we know that it's James?
I think the 4 of you would be able to tell that. James, just hold on for a moment, but the 4 of you would be able to tell.
Fahima, fly over there.
I'll fly us both down there. I mean, I know Dahlia's got flight on her too, but I'll fly us both down there.
Are you guys
All right.
going towards the moat or towards James?
James.
Did we see where the moat landed?
You can tell the direction it went, yes.
Okay.
If you guys go towards James, then I will move us in that direction and then
Sure.
see that the mote's there and go towards the mote.
Sure.
All right. So as you approach this spot where James impacted the ground, this crater in the ground, it is obscured by the dust and dirt and smoke that envelops the impact point. But James must be in there. It occurs to you, all of you, that with the magnitude of that explosion and the fact that he was right at the heart of it and the fall, is there any way he could possibly have survived?
Well, we saw him bring up his armor, so that's kind of what I'm banking on.
Yeah.
So
And
the force of the explosion is what shot him into the ground like that?
Yes.
Okay.
He fell up, more than 150 feet.
Well, he had fly still.
And I was
Right.
and I was blasted out of, but I was still in the chest when it went. I did not get out before the explosion happened.
Yeah, I'm assuming you were just like shot into the ground so fast that you couldn't possibly.
So as you
benefit from
stand
fly.
there, the smoke starts to dissipate, and a dark shape becomes visible, crumpled on the ground. At the center of the crater is a figure you can only describe as a fully formed demon lord. It is undeniable. It looks like a smaller version of the Lord of Crows. It is naked, its clothes burned away by the blast, and its enormous bat-like wings are wrapped around it like a cocoon. But as the smoke lifts, those wings start to unfurl, extending out to their full, magnificent span. The Demon Lord starts to rise, standing to its full height, long and bony, nearly a foot taller than James Quillis ever was. There is no semblance of humanity left in this form. Its chest and torso are concave. You see its rib cage pressing through thin, leathery skin. Long, emaciated limbs extend into oversized hands and jagged claws. Its face is gaunt, with deep-set eyes glassy and black. Its jaw hangs low, exposing razor-sharp teeth glistening white. On either side of its head, large pointed ears rise to meet the base of gnarled horns that twist and spike their way out of its jutting brow. Looking at this creature, this demon lord, you feel a knot at the pit of your stomach. The same uncomfortable foreboding you felt each time you came face to face with the Lord of Crows. In your nose is the unmistakable smell of brimstone.
Is this demon fully healed or still badly wounded like James was?
Appears to not be in as bad a shape as you would expect based on the damage you saw. All of you, by the way, after this battle, have leveled up. And this is a version of James that is leveled up as well.
What?
Hmm.
Do I get
Okay.
2, Jeff?
Yes, you get two. Yes.
Yes.
James.
Yeah.
James. You alright?
Yes. Yes, I'm fine.
Does his voice sound the same?
You tell me, Morgan.
Yeah. I think it's very odd because, yes, I think his voice sounds
That's
exactly
even more
the same.
upsetting.
It is
I
slightly
think-
upsetting.
I think it's upsetting because literally, like, I picture him going,
What's wrong?
Yeah, I'm fine.
um.
Am I naked? Oh, dear.
Yes, but you are no
Oh.
longer even remotely human. You look like a full demon, so there's no modesty needed.
Hello. Well, I'm alive, I think. I'm
Are you?
alive, right? Hello? Okay, you can see me.
Yes.
I'm not...
We can see you.
Tell us something only James would know.
You and I shared a drink once in the hull of the Tardy Plunder.
Well-
After a game of cards.
What
And I
did you
was hit
say
on
to me?
I was hit on by a woman named Maud, and I said that if you ever got in the way of me helping my friends again, that you and I might come to blows.
It's James.
Yes. Well, I don't know what to say.
Neither do I, really. Where's the moat? Where's the moat? Where's the moat? It's one
Yeah,
thing
Jeff,
at a
I was
time.
just about to ask where, as Lily and I head towards the moat.
Yeah, it's off to another area. It's not really close. They kind of went into opposite directions, you know?
I gotcha.
Yeah.
So to go that direction, we'd have to lose sight of the rest of the party.
Correct.
Okay.
You're welcome
so
to do
then
that
I
if you
would have
need.
no. Then I would have if that was the case, I would have come back to make sure that James is okay. Which I imagine we are arriving right now. Is it James?
Yes.
Yes.
I'll go pulse his maul.
I'll go, it's me.
Wow.
James,
Did he say something that only James could know?
Let's see,
Do
what
you-
else?
it's all right. It's all right. James, do you feel differently?
Well, I'm not blown up.
Your power,
So,
does that feel different?
yes, sort of. I
Do you
don't
feel
know.
as though you have the same control over it?
I feel as if I can do whatever I need to do now. I don't feel as if someone else is holding the strings, so...
Okay.
Really?
Yes.
When I conjure, I'll conjure a minor illusion of Hamlet. Would you want to be friends or kill this thing?
I'd never want to kill Hamlet. Can you believe it? No.
Okay, just.
No, of course.
I'll go.
May I?
Puts his maul back and steps forward as Vima does.
Yeah, I will too. May I touch your wings?
Yeah. Okay.
So Dahlia steps forward and cautiously walks towards him, eyeing him up and down and taking in his new everything, and runs her hands along the top kind of crook of the wing and down. And he's what, 7 feet tall now?
Yeah. And
So I guess she can hardly do that.
you have an innate fly speed of 50 feet.
Jeff, Uggo closes his
Okay.
eyes.
Okay.
Uggo closes his eyes and activates Divine Sense. Follow spell or location of any celestial fiend undead within 60 feet.
You see a
ol'
fiend right in front of you.
Big old fiend.
Well, you are certainly now a fiend, James.
And you can fly,
I guess
I
so.
assume. Do
Um,
you want to give it a try?
It'd be a cruel
Okay.
joke to have you have wings like that and not be able to fly.
We should
I take
probably
off.
get the moat.
I take off.
Oh.
And I go flying towards where the moat.
We'll follow
Yeah.
him.
I think we're
And
going to
I'll
the
take
moat.
Lily
now.
with her. With
We all can fly now.
Why that way?
All right.
How long does fly last? I forget.
10 minutes, I think.
10?
So-
Probably still all can fly.
It's not an hour,
Not
but
me.
it's not a minute. It's longer than
If it's
most.
10 minutes, it's probably close to being up. You know.
Yeah,
Jeff,
it is.
I'd
it's
actually
10
like to
minutes.
go and try to find Zhang Maolong's body if it still exists.
Okay.
Just because they take the moat doesn't kill them necessarily. Remember, they take
That's
the moat
correct,
from the
yeah.
others. Yeah.
Let's do one at a time.
You can do them first.
Sure. So everybody who's going to the moat, join me in the map room, please.
Okay.
Going to the map room.
Whoa.
So, very small map here, but you arrive at this other divot in the ground. Looks like this impact point has a half-buried, glowing white stone lodged in it. You can see it here in the map room. It is awe-inspiring. I mean, you've seen motes a number of times, and they always seem incredibly powerful. This is a fifth of a god, and it sits there, lodged in the ground, shimmering faintly.
How large is the moat itself again? Sorry.
Well, I mean, it's sort of this one. It looks more like a stone. It's about, based on our map here, about 5 feet. But it is
okay.
These things can sort of
right. We'd seen them. That's right.
They,
We'd seen them originally when they shattered the urn, and they were fist
so they're
they're
not entirely.
This one's fresh.
Exactly. They're not entirely compliant with the rules of physics. They are, magical energy sources.
Well, who should pick it up?
Well,
I'm
it's the
able
same
to.
size as me, so I can't.
We're able to pick it up. I don't know.
We can't leave it here.
I'll cast Mage Hand
Mhm.
and send Digit to touch it and see if it's all right to touch it.
Digit goes over, and as it gets closer and closer to this energy thing, it reflects in the spectral hand that you manifest, and it goes over to it, and you see light dance off of it brilliantly as the spectral finger reaches out and touches it.
I think it's
All
all
right.
right. I think
I
it's all
will-
right, Uggo.
Okay. Uggo will walk up to the stone, look at James, and shake his head and try to. I don't. How big is it? Like when I get up close to it, is it like?
Yeah, it's like 5.
Yeah.
It's like
Okay, so Uggo's going to assume it's going to be heavy, so he picks this. He tries to pick this thing up, placing his hands.
Okay. As you put your arms around it, again, light dances and dazzles all around it, all through you. Those who are watching can see Uggo's face illuminated by it. Uggo, your arms start to almost burn. It's not an actual burning, but it is a sensation of intense, almost like trying to grab some radioactive material or something like that. It is something very, very difficult and painful. You can't seem to budge it.
It will not move.
All right.
Maybe need Civ. Where's Civ?
Why?
So if you are, by the way, some potatoes and yams. Let me take a quick break and say that. 3 potatoes. A third one from
Wow.
Hadrian X.
Wow.
Thank you, Hadrian
Nice.
X. Very generous.
Thank you, everyone.
Dewski with a golden potato. And what is it? Smilo Danny. Thank you,
Thank
Smilo
you,
Danny.
everybody.
Thank you, everyone.
Evil Yams from Chef Scott 68. 2 yams from Chef Scott
Wow.
68.
Thank you, Scott.
And yams 5, 6, and 7 from Fail Waffle.
Wow.
Waffle.
Incredibly nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
He has belt and also tied to Xiao Lao Long. Yes.
Yes, maybe. Where is?
I cannot pick it up.
All right.
You
Yeah.
know,
Is the Quake Warden visible? Yeah.
Yes, I mean, huge, and you can see it fairly far from where you are, but Civ has gotten over to the Quake Warden. It seems unconscious. Very similar, in fact, to when you saw the Storm Warden laid out, and it was tied down by the orcs at that point, but completely unconscious. That is a similar situation here.
Jeff, Uggo has an idea, and he sits on top of this thing
Mm-hmm.
and attempts to attune to it.
Okay.
What does that look like? No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, I mean, we never really discussed what attuning to items really, what it meant.
I would like to
Well-
rub my butt on the magical item.
We can't like.
Hen sitting on his leg.
No, that's not ours.
I'm sitting on it.
It's not ours.
It takes,
I
what,
don't know where that's been.
10
10
minutes?
minutes? I
Sanitize it.
I
Foul,
don't think Uggo could stand it. To
I got
even
Too
Uggo's
painful.
toughness.
I got it.
Yeah, to sit there for 10 minutes.
Whoa.
It is so intense. It is. I mean, it is literally like sitting on, a exposed wire or something. You know.
Are we able to tell what kind of energy it's giving off? Is it giving off like radiant energy or not electricity? I wouldn't think.
Not electricity, no. It's the mode of stone, so I mean
Right.
it would do, force damage. So I don't know how you would want to classify that.
Yeah, okay.
It's basically vibrating real. If you've ever played those video games where you hold on to the things and they
Yeah, exactly.
vibrate,
Yeah, it's just
it's kind of
so
how I
potent.
imagine it. Yeah,
It's so potent that it's hard for you to just hold on to it.
which its energy is vibrating is too powerful for me.
Yeah.
Can only imagine if we were doing a home game right now, what kinds of messed up things we would be doing.
So we were throwing over to Civ. Right?
Yeah, I'm trying to pull up the Quick Warden's eyelid and shout.
Yeah, in the same way that the Storm Warden, that first time you met the Storm Warden and you guys were crawling all over it, Lily was going up and down on its chest. It seems to be breathing, but it is completely out.
Do I see where the mote was extracted? Is there like an open wound or anything?
No, it doesn't really work like that. It's more like a magical extraction, like a drawing out from.
Where did it get extracted from? Head, chest, neck?
Its head. I mean, the Mecha-Warden held it down and opened its mouth and stared into it, and so it sort of extracted
out of its head.
Yeah.
Face
off.
Meep has flown over and is gesturing you towards the group.
Yeah, that was part of my plan. All right. And he's just like unconscious. He's just out.
Yeah. Like I said, you've seen this before, right?
Right.
He was. Yeah.
Lily, could you dimension door this thing and back to Jalalong?
I don't know if I can fit it through the door. If it's 5 feet. I could try.
There's no real door to speak of, though. It's not like he's not a robot like the other, where it's just like an entrance and a slot for it.
How far is the moat from the Quick Warden?
I would say
distance-wise?
Less than 500 feet, but I think the problems that you guys are outlining are.
So,
right.
what we're proposing is putting the mote just into his mouth, which could potentially choke him.
Yeah.
And then actually kill him.
Oh, I meant target the middle of his head.
Oh.
It's his brain, yes? No?
Yes, but I don't think it came out that way, did it?
I don't know that. I don't know that it's his brain. We don't know
Do
how the
we
motes
remember
really work.
from our vision, Jeff, how the motes were implanted into the people?
No, I think that knowledge is inscrutable to you at this moment.
It's magical.
I could try to have Meep touch it. She's celestial, so it might help, but other than that, I don't know.
One thing at a time. Civ!
He's unconscious. He's still alive, though. If we can get the mote back to him somehow.
Could we see if the belt could possibly unearth this?
Sure. It will take a while to carry it over there via Earth, but of course.
Yeah.
I'll land down near it, Jeff, and concentrate on the belt and try to lift it up.
If we know where we're going, I'm happy to dimension door. Attempt to dimension door.
I think you're right, though. It is too big.
I think so.
No.
Well, we don't even know what we're going to do with it once we get it over there.
Well, Civ, why don't you touch it?
Me? Why?
Yeah. You're wearing the belt. You are attuned to belt.
I don't want to become a warden.
Are you sure that's what will happen?
Are you sure that's
I'll go sat on top of it and did not know a word.
It warmed my butt a lot.
I'd rather try to get it over to him first, and if that doesn't work, then we can try something else.
We know that the Ashen Mage has these, though, and manipulates them and uses them to increase her power. So I don't know if it's... I share your concern, Civ. I just don't know that if you touch it, it's going to wardenize you or anything.
Dahlia.
Yes.
Fahima? Fahalia?
Either is fine.
Dahima.
Either is fine.
We have urn pieces. Yes? Sis, you have them in
We
bed?
have one. Don't we have one?
Yes,
I have one.
I
We have
picked
a
up
few.
several. We have
Yeah.
several inside of the bag of holding that we found.
Could we
Oh.
mend that to hold this?
Perhaps I could try.
In
Mend
order,
them
in order
together.
Mending is quite a rudimentary skill, but
to do
certainly
what?
try. Mend the urn pieces together.
To be able to carry that.
We don't have enough. We don't have enough to create an entire urn, though. That was scattered over hundreds of miles.
Right, but an urn carries 5?
Well,
Maybe
and-
have enough to make
But
one
that's-
that can
but-
carry one?
That's also much bigger than the urn that we saw.
Well, it must move.
all right. How about this?
I hear you,
try to
I'm just-
attempt.
I'm gonna try the belt.
Let me
Jeff,
try
does
to-
the belt work?
Let me try to mend the urn while you do this.
I'm picturing James being like, I hear you, but like a huge demon.
Total demon man.
Yeah, I'm not
Can you-
standing anywhere near
I'm
Demon
just
James.
That's fair.
Can you pass me the urn pieces? Can you pass Dahlia the urn pieces?
Sure, sure.
Okay.
I mean,
so
you
she-
have these little chips, right?
Yeah,
Oh, they're
even
they're
ton of-
teeny tiny.
It's like a
Yeah,
ton
they're-
of tiny
they're slivers, they're
chips.
chips.
Yeah.
Oh, I was
It
assuming
blew
they were
up.
like this.
No,
that's
it was
kind of what
blown
No,
up
it was
pieces.
shattered in
when we
thousands of
pulled out.
pieces.
Oh, yeah, that's clearly not enough to make one.
It's not gonna work.
I thought there might have been bigger pieces in there.
Well, and if you remember the motes when we first saw them, and when we saw the Ashen Mage holding them before, they were like this big. This is like 5 feet across.
okay.
Oh,
I have a question. What if we all try to carry it at one time? All of us with our muscles together. It'll be slow going because apparently, according to Uggo, it's quite intense. But I
yes.
mean, we could try.
What
May
about
not be able to carry for more than a couple of seconds.
what about
Let's
an
try.
arcane? What about an arcane gate, Fahima? A Dahlia.
Dahima.
Dahlia.
If you're still
Unfortunately,
using the
I
bell,
used my
you can
spell slot.
you can manipulate the ground around this thing.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking.
You know, do a bit of a marble madness type situation.
Yeah, I was just about to say that, Jeff. I was just about to say we about to marble madness this thing.
yeah, super monkey ball.
Yeah, man.
Just build a bunch of little ramps so that it
Yeah.
keeps rolling and rolling.
I mean,
and
you could
rolling.
certainly do that, reshaping the ground so that it rises up out of the hole and
Rolls.
creating pathways for it to move. You absolutely can do that.
Oh, I wish I was wearing the belt because this looked like fun.
In fact. even have a
So, are you
cool
going to
thing.
do that?
Yes, that was my. There you go.
Oh, now it's gone. Look at that.
Sweet ramp.
You roll it
I
where you,
really say sweet ramp.
that's it.
That's
Makes
canon.
a loop de loop.
Yeah. Oh,
A stone windmill. That goes
Yeah,
through the,
I've already surfed once. I mean, there's no reason why we couldn't
save the
surf
money
this
we could make.
moat over there.
Oh,
Seven I go for putt courses.
Open up a new theme park.
all right. So we can leave the map room, Sean, and you get this thing to roll all the way toward the Quake Warden, who still lies inert.
The problem
dirt.
is he's unconscious. So even if we get it over there, I don't know what we're going to do with it because we need his help. I would assume to get it back inside of him.
Well, and he won't be conscious unless it's inside of him, right?
No, that's not true because Storm Warden, Inferno Warden, the Typhoon Warden, they all had their motes removed and they
Right.
continued fighting. They were just weaker.
Okay, well, let me
So-
try and heal him a little bit.
Okay.
And see if it does anything.
Jeff,
No.
Yeah.
Uggo also goes up to Lao Long's ear and like punches it.
Yeah, just
Ow.
Yeah, actually, it's made of stone. So
Right,
it kind of
right.
hurts.
I think he's still sleeping.
I'll do cure wounds
All right.
on this doodle, and I feel like I'm gonna do it at a high level because I don't know how many hit points a ward needs to like be conscious.
Right.
Okay, let me roll that really quick.
Side
did get
note,
some
I think
potatoes.
Uggo and Civ are both bleeding profusely from various wounds.
Yes.
Just,
We're all
just
pretty
as
messed up.
as an aside.
Yeah.
Whatever,
just
Demon
mention the-
James. You said you came back and you were healthier than before.
He said didn't look as bad. James was pretty messed up.
Yeah, it didn't look as bad as you expected from that fall and explosion. That's all I'm saying. He's still injured. We got some potatoes, though. Let me tell you, a gold potato from Melodies of Old. And then Fail Waffle has yams. Fail Waffle's yam 8, 9, 10, 11,
smokes.
12, and 13.
What?
Fail Waffle.
Fail Waffle
Holy
going a
cow.
little crazy.
Thank
Which brings
you.
Thank
the
you,
Force of
Phil,
War.
and
Force of War.
Melodies.
The tug of war
Right.
to Team Force of Good, 41%. Team Force of Evil, 59%.
Whoa!
Wow.
Fail Waffle really wants Force of Evil for the finale.
Oh, for the
Mhm.
finale,
Yeah. That's what's happening.
She's gonna be upset if she loses, though. Just putting that out there.
Mm-hmm.
The
right.
warden takes 31 points of healing.
31 points of healing. You definitely see some effect. Some of even the rock starts to kind of reform a bit, but no movement and no apparent consciousness.
Hey, Lily, can I get some of that healing?
Oh, yes.
James, is he awake? Can you talk to his mind?
I'll try. Yeah, James will try awaken minding the mind of Zhang Laolong. Can you hear me?
Used to the way he looks.
Can you hear me?
There seems to
We're
be no
here.
reaction. Is something profound has happened to this warden, and it seems to be very unconscious.
No.
Uh,
There's no guarantee that even he knows how to retake the moat.
Can I get it to the mote to at least touch his skin in some way?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, he is made of stone, but skin such as it is makes contact, and it settles there, and you see some sort of reaction happening or interaction happening, very similar to how when Ugo touched it or the mage hand touched it. There's some sort of sizzle, some reaction, but the Quake Warden does not stir.
I'll cast
Good.
healing. Sorry, I'll cast healing spirit, which is so in a 5 foot. So if Ugo and Civ want to come, or whoever, it's
Ugo
I'm
just
gonna
jumps
cast-
in and jumps out. Jumps back in. Jumps out.
It's 4d6, so you can roll that.
Just got a potato from Kitty Scritches. Thank you, Kitty Scritches.
Kitty
Kitty
Scritches.
Scritches.
All right.
46
Can I
how many
get it?
times? Let's just do the healing, get it out of the way, and then we can go back into the story.
It only can happen 5 times.
Okay.
So between, I don't know, is James healing too?
I'll take one if
So if James does 1, and then Ugo and Civ can each do
Cool. 2.
2,
Two
unless
apiece.
Fahima, Dahlia, do you need any healing?
No.
14 points. Thank you.
I'm just letting you guys roll your own.
Yeah.
I healed
thank
25.
you.
All right, so looming over this, obviously the Quake Warden is down. The Mecha-Warden is in pieces all over this place, all over this sort of trash heap that was here anyway. And you still see this giant device at the mouth of the void, sealing it. This machine that has sealed it closed.
I think we need to find a way to what's sealing the rift while we can, but is there we've seen the Ashen Mage manipulate these motes, and as I said, use them to stop us, to freeze us in time, and to do other things. Maybe is there a way to try an Arcana check on the mote itself, or see if there's any way to manipulate it, if there's any power that any of us can gain from this in the meantime?
Well, you certainly can do an Arcana check if you like.
Zev, you should pick it up.
When you saw the Ashen Mage manipulate them, she never was touching them. It was always sort of levitating in her hand, that kind of thing. So,
okay, I just
what that's
remember
worth.
her. I remember her almost pulling it out at one point.
yeah, that's exactly right.
Yeah.
But it was sort of, always by arcane means.
Got it.
But if you'd like to do an Arcana check, you do have advantage from Gateway Guy.
All right, I'll guide myself on that too.
Are there any
actually.
markings on the moat? Is it just smooth rock?
I wouldn't even describe it as rock. It is sort of the appearance of stone, but it is pure energy. It is potential almost.
That's a 25 Arcana check.
Yeah. So clearly this thing is wildly powerful. It is, as I said, a fifth of a god. It is the essence of a god in physical form, and has been focused into the element of earth, of stone, of rock. It is not immediately clear how one would use it, other than, of course, putting it into a mote, putting it into an urn, in order to repurpose the energy into something else. But it is not immediately apparent to you, even with that high of an Arcana check, how you might use it as an item in and of itself.
Is there any place we could hide it, or any place we could protect it?
Bury it in the ground.
Have we tried having the warden touch it?
Yeah, I rolled it up right
Touching
next to him.
It's okay. Just making sure it's actually.
What about the amulet?
Try the amulet.
Ask the amulet, or touch it with the amulet.
Or get it closer to the amulet.
I'll go over and put the amulet by it.
Yeah, nothing seems to happen other than, you feel that pulse of energy, that vibration as it emanates power.
Excuse me, amulet. Could you please put this back into the warden?
There's no putting it in. There's no putting it in the bag of holding, is there? It's too big.
No, it's the biggest thing I put in there is a body.
Well, 5 feet.
Smaller than a body.
It's smaller than a body?
Yeah.
Oh, well then we could probably fit it in the bag of holding.
Let's do that.
Can you pick it up? I could not pick it up.
Put the bag of holding over the top of it, like
Right,
that.
so
like
I'll just have
kidnapping
the earth. I'll just have the earth push it up so that it's like a golf ball sitting on top of
T. Yeah.
Yeah, and then I'll wrap the bag of holding up and over the top.
Really, really trying to push this putt-putt golf course.
Yeah.
That was actually
as you do that, Sid, as it is engulfed in the bag, it's almost like a magic trick. You lay it over the top and you pull it off, and there's just your empty tea there.
Okay. Well, at least now we have it. We know where it is, and if you know who comes looking for it, we've got it protected, and it's not immediately apparent where it is.
holding has a lot of valuable things inside of it.
Yes.
Yes.
If I ever die, I truly hope you can recover it.
Wow.
Let's
Backed
talk
up,
about
right?
that.
Backed up on the cloud.
Godslayer blade. Yeah. What's the cloud? Godslayer blade. Mote of Quakes.
Okay. We should keep moving. I feel
We should
like
get to the rift and get to the whatever that contraption is on it.
No offense, but even if we open this rift, Argo and I are not in any condition to fight more gods or whatever comes out of this thing.
Well, let's at least see this contraption that's closing the rift. But I hear you. I think we could all use a rest very soon.
Okay.
Because I may not look it, but I'm not feeling great either.
All right.
Dead silence and dead stare at you after you say that.
you look fine.
Do I?
No.
You're a demon.
No. Come on.
All right, so all of you approach the locking mechanism, this massive gate that seems to be built on the top of the entrance to the mouth of the void. If you'd like to join me in the map room, you can see what this looks like.
Pretty.
It is
Wow, it's huge.
wildly complex. Yes, it's huge. It is a wildly complex piece of machinery. And all of you approach it. I mean, the land is lush and green around it. There are grand discs with numbers written on them. They and these platforms that extend out in the cardinal directions that lead to more arches. All of this made of metal, and these incredible rings, these beams that kind of extend over the top of this thing. You can control yourselves here, but if you approach it, you'll see the things that we ended the episode last week with: Ertinfert's riddle, a map of Ein, and a cipher that lists the alphabet 1 or A through Z, and then corresponds those to the numbers 1 through 26.
So we get the sense that the arches, and everything, those are parts. Those were put there by Ertinfert to.
All of this looks built on top of what you assume to be the entrance to the void, the rift. That not that the void would be right here at the surface. All of you know from seeing the vision of Dahlia and Conroy in Lord Araban's lair. All of you know that it is at the bottom of a deep tunnel.
Okay.
So one assumes that this is closing the hole to that tunnel.
Does this look familiar, Dahlia?
It probably doesn't, right, Jeff?
It absolutely does not, right? It looks the opposite of familiar. It is, everything is green and lush here, which it was not. And, this machine was definitely not here.
It seems the closing of the entrance has enabled the surrounding environment to repopulate. It's not being constantly
Good point.
Dragged down by the void.
Good point.
Right. So, the riddle.
Well, should we try to rest before we solve it?
Oh, you think you're going to solve it that fast? I think it might take 4 days.
I think it might too. I'm just saying.
No, I agree. Let's read the
Don't judge anything.
Let's read the riddle and then possibly rest as we consider thinking about it.
Okay.
All right.
What's
Do you want me to
the
read it or somebody else
precipitation
have
like?
What was that?
I said, what's the precipitation like, Jeff?
it? So,
Is it humid?
folks, if you haven't been watching and keeping up last week and this week, we ended the episode last week with this riddle so that the community and the players would have an opportunity to work on it over the course of the last week, and encouraged the players to work with the community, with our friends on Discord, the watchers of the time stream, to decipher the riddle. And it was an extraordinary process. People really working hard and digging in deep. It took, as we said, about 4+ days. I will read the riddle again, and you guys can describe it. The riddle goes like this. Again, a map of Ein that is blank with nothing written on it, and then the alphabet A to Z associated with numbers 1 through 26. Here is the verses that are written on a panel on this device. I harnessed the storm and used its source. You can't get past this gate by force. Whether or not you can get through depends upon what next you do. My mind is what makes me the best. To pass this gate, just pass my test. Solve my puzzle and the source will be delivered through my technology. You'll never guess without the clue, which has always been in front of you. Are you smart enough to play my game? The answer's hidden in my name. Afraid you're not as smart as me? Use your brain, and you need not be. I jest, of course, you'll get it wrong. Though the answer's been there all along. Beware when you enter the digits 3, for the ground will change precipitously. Get it right, and you won't fall, but a single chance you've got is all. What's been taken, you'd better know, or just like them, you'll drop below. When the missing pieces are combined, you'll change the map and transform Ein. The solution's key is who I am. You'll never solve my anagram. Answer falsely and it'll hurt, or I'm not Ferdinand Ertinfert. So, would you like to
rushes forward and puts 1, 2, 3 in very quickly?
Yes, the answer is a 3-digit number that can be entered on these. If you're looking at our map room, if you're looking at our map room, you'll see these dials at the center. There's 3 layers of dials, and they have numbers on them. You can align them up. So, Morgan,
is it obvious where? Sorry, my question is it obvious where we would align these up?
Yes.
Just, in game. Okay.
So, I mean, I picture this, honestly, we don't have to role play the entire thing, but I picture it taking several hours, some of us resting, lots of talking. James is convinced it has something to do with the words elf trident for a few hours. There's a whole time, there's a long time where everyone's like, wait, dial FR and maybe not. So there's
a lot of time trying to remember names.
There's a lot of time going back. Wait, didn't Lesliana say this once?
Fahima conjures the map, erases all of the names and all of the cities to try to
all the way back. All the way back in the libraries of Turles, Fesh once told us that the map of Ein looked different before the first shattering, which is true. There's all this, so it's just lots of talking to the amulet like it's a walkie-talkie and trying to see if it gives us answers back and forth. But I think,
it's James and Fahima poring over their notes together, writing pages and pages and pages of notes, and then Ugo pops in with like one brilliant piece of information that changes everything, and we have to rewrite everything.
Rain right now.
All right, Morgan, why don't you step us through the solution? So for folks that didn't get to see the cooldown, we went through the solution on the cooldown. We discovered it in real time. Morgan and Jared realized it in real time, discovered it in real time as the audience was figuring it out.
Ertinfert's name as an anagram was the biggest clue, and after a long time,
his full name, Fardinald Ertinfert.
His full name. Yeah. We found that the words "add final R, enter rift" could be made out of the name Fardinald Ertinfert. Then the question was simply, where do you add this final R? And then, as Ugo so eloquently put it, when you go back through the puzzle, there's many references to weather, precipitation, raindrops, lots of little
brain without the B.
Yeah.
Brain without the B. Lots of punny little Jeff Kanata-isms tucked in throughout.
So mad at you, Jeff.
Ertinfert, not me.
That if you add that final R to Ein, you get the word rain. Now, if you translate rain using the letter number, I forget it's like an AZ 126 or whatever it is puzzle.
126, yeah.
That's correct. You find out, and then you add those numbers together, you find out that rain added up equals the number 42.
Right, but it's
and also
3 digits,
somewhere,
so it's 042.
042.
Somewhere else
Although
in there,
it could be 420.
Hey! Elsewhere in the riddle, it says it's a brain, but you need not be, which is also
need not be. That's correct. And as we all know, 42 is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. You just need to know what the question is. Couldn't resist the Hitchhiker's Guide reference.
I know, we should have just guessed that.
Many people did. But, and then went LOL after it.
Yeah, but it's always 42. Ha ha ha.
Yeah, it was.
Okay. 42. But literally, I honestly think it would probably take us a while, and we would get in a long rest.
I would sleep for sure.
Leoman's tiny hut. Yep.
Yeah, you guys could do a long rest. You guys, I'll allow that.
Hooray.
Okay, good.
Then the next day, you figure it out using the wonderful Watches of the Time stream through the amulet, etc., etc. All right. So, do you want to enter that into the dial now?
Very nervously the next morning. All right, if we get this wrong, something very bad is going to happen.
Maybe we shouldn't all stand on top of it.
Yeah, I need you to position yourselves where you want to be on the map.
Maybe we should all stand in different places. I'll do the entering unless someone else wants to.
Well, if it's going to open up beneath us, we should all be very close so that I can make sure that we all slow fall.
What? No. We should all be careful. I mean, we need to remember that I know this doesn't lead us right down into the rift. It leads us into the cave, but I'm the only one who can enter the rift. Because the rest of you will probably be driven insane by it.
All right, so is everybody where they want to be?
Yep.
Sid, you're not going to step on it?
Lily, not so close. Not so close. Be careful.
Well,
I thought that's what we wanted to be, is by it.
I guess if it opens and something, I don't know what's in there besides just the giant rift. So
everybody's moving around.
All of you spread out a little bit. Give it a little more space in case there's a massive.
No, I'm holding Lily's hand.
I feel like this could be a trap. I really do feel like this could be a trap. So please back up, please.
All right.
Okay.
Everybody where they want to be?
Nina, come over here.
Oh, God, we're right here. I'm trying to be close.
I'd be close, but just not directly on it, please.
All right.
This is definitely what's happening in real life.
This was a contraption made by a madman who wants to kill us. So I don't
the
trust
mistake
him,
of giving
really.
you all power to move yourselves. That was the mistake I made. All right.
Okay, we're ready, James.
So
All right.
you approach the locking mechanism, the grand discs with numbers written on them. And as you rotate the first one into place, click, click,
0.
click, the massive metal dial slides effortlessly under your feet. And above you,
Stargate.
one of the enormous metal bands, the huge rings that orbit the nucleus of these interlocking discs, also moves. Above you and around you, this section rotates and shifts, lining itself up into some sort of inscrutable pattern. You move the large disc on the ground until the indicator points to a 0. The second disc shifts just as easily. Click, click, click. You position the 4 as the next digit, watching as the next ring also pivots high above your head. Then the third, the smallest disc. As you move this one, you feel gears engage inside it somewhere. You push it hard, forcing the last digit to line up. Click, click, click.
Here goes everything.
Like aligning a clock or dialing in a massive combination lock, you feel the device lock into position a 2. Taken together, the 3 discs show 0, 4, 2. The answer to the question. A button at the center of the mechanism waits patiently.
How big of a button? Like, could it be pushed with a mage
it
hand?
that?
It could be pushed with the mage hand, yeah.
All right, I'll go back and stand next to my friends and send Digit to push the button.
All right. You manifest your spectral hand once again, and it soars over, moves down, and pushes the button. And as it pushes the button sinks into the floor, gears whirring behind it. The platform you're standing on starts to hum, and the entire machine starts to vibrate. Those rings above your head start moving again, this time much faster and without being pushed by the dials. They rotate at alarming speed, passing under the ground below you and up around the other side, the symbols on them glowing mysteriously. And then everything begins to change. The sky above you starts to darken. Instantly and out of nowhere, the clouds in the sky move overhead. Heavy, gray thunderclouds converge over the top of you. You start to realize what Ertinfert has built here. It isn't simply a lock, it's a weather machine. You hear a crack of thunder and thick sheets of rain start to pour down from above. You understand now how this valley can be as lush and green as it is. The clouds unleash a torrent of water, showering you and the oscillating machine and everything around. Water pummels the ground, changing it precipitously.
James will raise a wing over Dahlia and Meep.
You look around at this amazing invention, at this incredible change of weather, and an unanswered question starts to nibble at the edges of your mind. But before you can think on it too much, a new panel rises into view on that same center station. It has another message. Do you want to walk over to it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, position yourselves, please. Whoever's walking to it, it's in the center of the...
Whoa.
Okay.
Got dark around here.
Oh, so
It is pouring down rain, as you can see.
Sid,
All
are you
yeah,
coming?
James will use a wing like an umbrella and hold it over the pedestal.
I'm going
You
to take
see-
out my rope and have it ready just in
Okay.
case.
You see a new message written there. It says, your answer's correct, so everything's wetter. Now you surely know, what's a pirate's favorite letter? The panel that listed the alphabet cipher remains in front of you. All of them are there, A through Z. You didn't realize it before, but it looks like you can push the letters.
Add final R. Add final R.
R.
Yeah, push it. Go ahead.
All right,
Lily.
when you push the R, the panel suddenly reconstitutes itself. If you've ever seen a split flap display at a train station, the flipboard that always displays the arrival times, it works like that. It changes right before your eyes. The rain continues to pour, but a new message is displayed in front of you. Correct again, but this realm is far. You still need to know a pirate's favorite R. As you read this message and hear the deluge of beating rain all around you, pummeling the ground, that question, that lingering question from the riddle that was bothering you, that was nibbling at the edge of your awareness, that unanswered question comes rushing to the forefront of your mind. The anagram was add final R, enter rift, not add final R, unlock rift, enter rift. But you know that a demon lord is the only being that can enter a rift without going completely mad. Unless, and then you see it all around you. As the rain hammers at the ground, beating against the soil, washing it away, you begin to see what it is exposing. Buried just below the ground are dozens and dozens of corpses. As the rain washes the loose soil away, you see it reveal the decomposing bodies and what is fermenting inside them. It all makes sense now. What's a pirate's favorite R? Liquor. Add final R, enter rift. To enter the rift, just add one final thing. Liquor of the dead.
Oh my gosh. Uggo, don't drink it.
No.
Okay.
Lily will go get some.
I mean, I'm standing out there. I'll just pick one out of a dead body and toss it to you.
Oh God. Oh.
So now the line, what's been taken, you'd better know, or just like them, you'll drop below. What's been taken is their lives. They're below the surface of the ground. Also, Lily and James, you may recall the last time you retrieved Liquor of the Dead, it was raining, which foreshadowed this moment.
Okay.
Bad memories.
Yeah. I did feel like I got closer to you that day, James.
Same.
An upside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Should I pour this?
No, I mean, we don't need it until we're about to literally walk into... Wait, so... Is it
Machine
opening or...
is
okay,
unlocked, yeah.
Okay.
You can now simply push the gate on the floor and it will retract in a circle, collapsing in on itself.
So it's a hole in the ground, so we're going just straight down.
I mean, there's a way to walk into it. Yeah, it's not like
Okay.
you'll fall, but you
Okay.
can walk into it. It's almost like
All right.
a
Should I
steep
grab a
incline
couple
down.
of bottles
Okay.
just in case?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Get a
yes.
few. Get a few.
I will grab one for myself as well.
Uggo, don't drink it though.
Don't
Well,
Don't
I'm going to
chug
have
it.
to at some point.
If we're going inside,
Yeah.
just go easy.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, don't drink it unless you need to.
Okay.
Right. All right.
Remember, I can heal myself now.
Yeah.
Couldn't do that
The la-
before.
I know. It's just a bad practice to drink Liquor of the Dead.
It gives you terrible breath as well.
Well,
Yes.
that is true, yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Do we think that when we go in here, we are going to be met by she who
Noth-
shall not be named?
I don't think so. I think I no, because I don't think so.
Okay.
Are we able to tell Jeff basically anything about this contraption? Is the there was mention in the riddle of he harnessed the storm and used its source. I mean, I thought for a second that could mean that the Storm Warden's mote could be
Right.
powering this. Is there any sign or anything
No.
like that?
Nope.
Okay.
The source was the rain, and it was delivered by his technology. The rain was. It was a swerve. You were supposed to think that.
Okay, got it. Good to know.
I also don't think you guys are registering how cool it is that R has multiple meanings. And, the rain was the answer to the solution, but it's also the key to revealing
I think it's
the
amazing.
stuff underneath the ground.
Super cool. Do we not tell you you're cool enough?
Wait a minute, I thought you said you weren't Ertinfert.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I'm not in. All right, we can leave the map room. So are you the machine is unlocked. So you are able to enter the tunnel should you choose.
James, I do need you to roll the D6, our team D6, and Jeff, just checking. Team Force of Good or Evil is winning. Is that correct?
Oh, let me double check. Thank you for asking. Oh my gosh, yes, we have a lot of things. I'm glad I checked. We have a lot of potatoes and yams. 3 potatoes, one from Bit Player, one from a second from Bit Player, and one from Carlos Hurtado. Thank you, Carlos. And then the yams. The yams, folks. Fail Waffle is making a statement.
When is she not?
It may be Team Fail Waffle. I'm not even sure, but regardless, these are credited to Fail Waffle. Yams 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19,
What?
20,
What?
21,
What?
22, and 23. Nope, sorry, 24, 25, 26, 27. 27 forces, or excuse me, evil yams for Team Force of Evil.
Okay, so what did you
So
roll
Team
there,
Force of Evil
James?
is at 63%.
What?
Team Force of Good is 37%.
Thank you, everyone.
That's
Thank you.
insane.
That's
Oh, God.
Incredible. I rolled Lily, which I think is all this die rolls. I get Lily every time.
Any non-family member, right? All the Force of Evils apply to things that are within my range but are not you for. Disadvantage on attack rolls.
Wow.
Whoa.
Yep. Anybody within 10 feet of me.
Okay.
Of Uggo.
Okay.
That isn't us.
So
Stay
I have a foreboding feeling about maybe a week from now, so we should probably move.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, well, I just want to
What?
say something before we go in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna do inspiring leader for 10 minutes. It gives us all bonus points, but okay, I think we'll all agree with this, but I wrote this little song and I just want us to think about it, okay? Because things are about to get stressful and we have a lot of opinions and we're all very smart and that's all valid. But together we've been for quite a long time. We've battled demons and dragons and gone back in time. Adventures abound, as our family knows. And I want to say this before into battle we goes. Independently strong, each one of us are. But the fact of the matter is that it's not how we got this far. 'Cause together we're better than we are apart. Even if it doesn't always feel that way. Because 5 heads are better than 1. No matter what we try to get done. We look at all things from different angles, and then we find the sum. Yes, 5 brains are stronger than 3, so we have to work together as a team. We have to trust one another to outsmart our enemy. Yes, one plan is stronger than 5. It's often the only way we stay alive. When we put our heads together, that's how we survive. So we have to keep our heads together if we want to stay alive. Just,
Well done.
Thank you.
we've all have a lot of ideas, and I know that there's a lot going on, but let's just remember that we got here this far because we work together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well said.
Yes.
Okay.
I think what we're about to do, what's down there, is about bringing a family together after all. And I look at Dahlia. This might sound strange coming from a demon, but I weirdly have more hope now than I've had in a while. Because at the end of the day, we're going to save Shothragot, save Mirasis, by bringing her back together. Because she's just someone hurting like the rest of us. That's how I'm choosing to look at it. So, no more dying, okay?
Yeah, that was my point.
That's my
Yeah.
plan.
Yeah.
It's been
I was
far
gonna
too...
make-
Hmm?
I was going to make the point that I don't know if all of us are coming out of this alive.
Well,
Maybe not, but
our
we're not
best
gonna...
chance is if we work together, though.
Yes. If I'm
gonna
going
do
to
it.
make it, just
You're gonna make
make sure I'm remembered.
Here's the thing.
Make sure Thorn survives.
Positive thing, unless everyone's memory is erased again, which I don't think that's going to happen. We'll all be remembered. The whole world knows who we are in some way. So now what we have to do is just do the best with that.
Mm-hmm.
It's a big responsibility to be remembered.
I love all of you. Thank you
Okay.
for making me better.
Thank you for making me better. Civ?
And I'll go bows. Yes, my lord.
Please don't do that.
It's the only way I could deal with it.
All right. Yeah, that makes sense.
All right. One big family hug before we go into the void where we might all go mad.
Sure. Don't hug me with your wings, James.
That's fine.
Meep is in the hug too.
Anyone
All right.
that touches James feels his leathery skin.
Oh. I wonder if the liquor of the dead will have the same effect on you, James.
I may not need it.
No, he doesn't need it.
Oh, right. Well,
So, I mean, that's one good thing. I don't have to drink that terrible
that's
stuff.
true.
Well, but unfortunately, your breath already smells quite terrible. So.
Yeah, sorry about that. I'll
Like brimstone.
Okay.
maybe prestidigitate me something
Make-
better.
not
Demon
breath.
away? Prestidigitate the demon away?
No, better breath.
Oh.
We should get you some parsley to chew on. Okay, let's do it.
Jeff, can I have taken a minute to resummon Mr. Whispers prior to all of this? Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah, Mr. Whispers, who was incinerated in the blast.
Oh.
Civ sits down and lights some incense in a copper
James thinks-
bowl. Go ahead.
James thinks of something. The tree. Was there anything left of the tree after the Mecha-Warden blew up?
I mean, there's pieces of it, certainly.
We didn't search the rubble.
No, I know.
There's
I'll go.
probably even Ertinferts that might have survived that horrible explosion.
Maybe not. That
Yeah, it
explosion
doesn't
was
look like
pretty
there's
bad.
any survivors, that's for sure. It really, blew up hard.
Take my word for it. It was pretty bad in there. I'll go. Maybe
So
we
you're
can-
saying Ertinfert is officially dead and gone, Jeff? Never coming back? Gone.
Saying that.
a guy who can clone himself? I would never take that bet.
Look, Jeff has told us before there are other universes, so you got to kill them all.
Yeah.
and,
Yeah.
You know?
Gotta
Never
kill them
know.
all.
By the way, when I bring Mr. Whispers back,
Darkest Pokemon ever.
this time he's an owl,
Oh.
a small little snow owl.
Who is that?
All right, let's And everybody gets
Oh yes.
10 hit points.
yeah, temp
How many?
HP.
How many does
Double
Inspire
checking that didn't change.
Our
But I think
proficiency
it's
bonus went up.
I think it's only 10. But anyway, we can go on. I'll find it.
Okay, so a simple push, and the gate retracts in a circle, collapsing in on itself. Already,
17.
even with the gate closed, you can feel a change in this area.
How many did you say, Katie? Sorry.
Everyone gets 17 temp hit points.
17. Whoa. Sorry, Jeff.
Setting the mood over here. Setting the mood. 17 hit points. Okay. So again, you can feel this pall over the area. The depth of confusion and unrest, the hole in the world, is accessible once again. You open the gateway and see into the black pit that extends below you. Tiny wisps of black fog rise up and out of it. They are disorienting, disconcerting, but they beckon, calling you deeper. James, for you, the call is nearly irresistible. A longing to go home, to find your purpose in the infinite vacuum of the void. As all of you move into pitch blackness, a long corridor stretches out before you. The walls are drab, blotchy, sickness. The ground scabrous and uneven. Constant is the flow of black mist, thin tendrils of unease that float through the air, drawing you closer. Down, down you go toward the pain, into the madness. Just like on Whitebeard's Itch, as you sailed over the other anchor point at the opposite end of the world, your psyche is assaulted. But then you are on a moving vessel, unable to control your trajectory. Here, you have to be the one to move, one foot in front of the other, towards the anguish. James, for you, this feeling is different, almost pleasurable. It is where this form wants to be. The agony and torment feel almost like nourishment to you. As you arrive at the deepest part of the tunnel, you start to recognize it. The debris, the chaos. Dahlia, this is where you and Conroy made your stand, where you died. This is the place the rest of you saw in the vision in Lord Araban's lair. The walls almost bleed. Every surface buckles and warps under the strain of the intense misery festering at the far side of the room. Everybody roll me a wisdom saving throw, please.
Do I need to?
You guys are welcome to take sips of the liquor of the dead beforehand. James, you do not need to.
I shall.
Again, to remind you from many episodes ago, last time we had the liquor of the dead, which was back in time, you can tell me how many sips of the drink you would like to do. Each sip is a +1 for your wisdom save, but also gives you a D8 of poison damage. You can have that poison damage with a con save, DC 15 con save.
And we need to take the sips before we roll our wisdom save?
That is correct.
Ron, you're muted.
Do we have advantage or anything?
Yes, I can read that off. Civ, you had advantage from Idaho Judd. Fahima, Dahlia, you have advantage from Kitty Scritches. James, you have advantage from JT Justice 1. Although you have advantage from Gateway Guy, and Lily, you have advantage from City Racing Girl.
Hold on to my JT Justice 1.
And anyone within 10 feet of Ugo gets +2 to their saves.
Oh,
Also,
my
we got more Evil Yams from Failwaffle, ladies and gentlemen. We have Evil Yams 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33.
Oh, goodness gracious.
My God.
Team Force of Evil to 70%. Team Force of Good to 30%.
Does this mean I have to start being nice to fail off?
No, clearly it's working. Whatever you're doing.
I think she likes it.
Okay.
Do we have? Sorry. Do we have to take sips of the liquor of the dead, or it's
You
just
can,
to give
you can take
the
you can just take your wisdom save if you like.
I rolled a 10 and a 20. A nat 20.
Okay. Well, I would take the nat 20 if I were you.
Yeah. It's funny that I rolled the 2.
I rolled a
I just thought it
3
was
and
cool.
a
I rolled
4.
a 10 and 20.
Oh, no.
Yikes.
Oh.
Okay.
But that's for your con save for the liquor. Are you drinking the liquor of the
Did you
dead?
sip?
No, that's for the my wisdom. I didn't drink liquor of the dead
Oh, no.
because I had advantage. So
And you're really good at wisdom saves.
Yeah, you don't have a bonus, a higher bonus.
no, I don't. I actually am not great at wisdom
You
saves.
Oh, you're not great at
13 points of psychic damage, Lily.
Okay, I'm gonna do a
Cool.
straight roll. I'm not gonna sip because I have a really high wisdom save. That is.
This isn't. Is this magic? I would get advantage against that, but
You already used advantage.
25.
I'm just wondering for future.
All right. You don't take any
25 for
damage.
Dahlia.
Anybody else?
Dirty 20.
Yep. All right. So Lily's the
Oh.
only one that takes psychic damage. Lily,
Katie, you
you-
have your force of good.
you
Would
can
you like to
reroll
use that?
if you want.
You could re-roll it.
You might as well use it.
Okay, yeah, I'll do it.
have-
Kelmup.
There you go.
Kelmop was the one I was going to
Yeah.
say! Dang
Oh
it!
no!
Oh,
Now
that's
we're
the one
gonna
I
think of another
remember
one.
too.
I only got 11.
That's not going to do it. So you
Plus,
take that.
wait, you got an 11 not plus
Plus
the
1.
bonuses?
Plus
Oh,
2.
No.
Plus 2
plus 2 from
from
me.
Ugo.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
So
That doesn't
14.
matter. Ugo.
Yeah, 14
Jeff.
points of psychic damage. Lily, as you just approaching the front of this entrance, your mind twists and turns. It is excruciating. You hear voices. You hear it is something cracks inside your brain.
Is this
and
what
you
I'm
feel
doing to
pain.
people? Oh gosh.
Jeff, Ugo says, a candle wick is but rope. I cast beacon of hope, and holds a
rope.
candle up high. And so,
What's butt?
beacon of hope. He holds a candle up high for the next minute. We get advantage on wisdom saving throws.
Nice.
And any
Oh.
healing will be maximized.
Sweet.
So stay within 30 feet.
Simultaneously, is so serious and so silly.
All right.
That's the dungeon run.
All right.
What was your wisdom save, Ron? Did you roll it? Oh,
I rolled an nat 20.
Yeah,
oh
he's
right,
fine.
right.
Everyone nailed it except Lily.
Okay.
Except Lily.
So you are at the very entrance. James, you are the only one who can look directly at it. It is yellow and broken and horrible, a gaping maw of unrest. But to you, it feels like home. The rush of black mist being sucked into this fractured wound makes the whole space feel like a wind tunnel. It's loud, whipping at your hair and clothes. A platform extends out from the craggy stone, out toward the rift. The platform looks diseased, sickly, and it will take a leap from the edge of it. A leap into the void.
Dahlia's standing there, sort of rubbing her chest near where her heart is, remembering one of her last waking moments before she was resuscitated.
Do we? I don't know if the liquor of the dead is going to be strong enough to allow you all in there.
Only one way to find out.
I mean, I know I can go in.
The Candle Queen will protect me.
Do you think it's possible that you might be able to go in and lead us? Or do you think you'll be lost once you're inside?
I don't know.
I suppose none of us do. But we're here.
Yes.
And I've been here before, so I'm going.
Presumably that's why we need this Liquor of the Dead. So.
First, before we do this, I forgot something. James pulls out his Book of Shadows, which I don't even know where he's keeping it anymore.
You got like
Don't ask.
a skin pocket somewhere.
Well, like a kangaroo
Right next to
Yeah,
Ugo's butt rope.
Your
Butt
wrist pocket.
That's the answer. Butt rope.
But James turns the pages and turns past the page with fast step and turns to another page which has sort of a smoky image of a heart on it. And James signs his own name in this book. I need you all to sign this page.
What?
It'll be all right. I need you to sign this. It'll protect us.
In blood or in ink?
Just in ink. Just this.
I think it's safe when
Okay.
someone says sign things to assume it's ink unless they specify otherwise.
Yes.
I
I mean,
don't know, I'm
with
looking
this,
at a
with
demon
this
right
book,
now, so-
it's not a terrible guess. But it's no, just with this.
In the
with
Thorn judiciary system, that could be argued separately.
Yeah, I just okay. No.
Dahlia strides
isn't-
up and quickly signs her name.
This isn't about communication. This is about protection. I promise.
Sign.
Okay.
She signs
I'll
both
go.
names just to cover it.
Dahlia / Fahima. So James dropped the Speak with the Dead invocation and replaced it with Gift of the Protectors. So the next person, the next one of the 5 of us who drops to 0 HP, you are immediately brought back up to 1 HP.
Ooh, that's cool.
Sick.
Yep.
It's like a
It's like Death
barbarian
Ward.
trait.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
But once it can only work for whoever drops once. You're the lucky one. Whoever drops first, I should say, you're the lucky one because it
So
only
lucky.
works once a long rest.
Okay.
All right,
Who wants to jump first?
I should go first.
Is there any
I'll
way
follow.
to like tie off rope, Jeff, or anything to be able to like climb our way back out in case we get?
You can try, but it's literally.
All right. Well, Civ would do that. Just
What
out of
kind of
habit,
rope
I
is
guess.
it?
It's regular hemp rope.
Okay.
It's not special Uggo rope, that's for sure.
You make it sound like I make rope from my own hair or something.
And the
You're on something.
the rift is vertical, or is it at the bottom of something? And
No,
below
yeah,
us?
it's like a door in front of you.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. I thought it was
You're-
like
you're standing- you're standing
you
at-
dive off the board into it.
No, it's different. There's like a gap between you jump
Got it.
forward into the thing.
Got it. Then
So-
then forget I said the thing about rope because that's
What is the plan when we get in there?
do we have one? I mean,
Call for Mirasis.
I think we're just
Find
trying to
her.
find the Void Warden and get her to come with us.
Yeah.
In your vision, Dahima, you did not have to go in. You could call her out. Could we not do that?
It resulted in her death, though.
Yes, I
There's
think.
more than one of them now. There's 5 of us. But yes.
Before we go in, Jeff, is there any sort of remains of Dahlia left in this area? I can't imagine there's been that much activity since then.
Well, the remains were burned in a funeral pyre.
Is it like a burnt spot on the ground still?
You definitely see that. Yes, you definitely
You
see
do?
the place where the pyre was. Hmm.
Okay. Actually, no. Nope, I'm not going to do that. But she will walk over to the ashes and just sift her fingers through it before she gets up and walks back over to the entrance of the void.
I feel strange about all of you coming with me.
Do you want to dip your metaphorical toe in and then come back out?
Okay, I will go in, and I will try to reach. It may be another plane, but sending. There's still a good chance that sending can work. So, Civ, if you hear from me in a minute, then I'll let you know to come in. I guess.
All right.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Good luck.
Thank you. And I'll flap my wings. I don't even need to leap. I'll just
He's fly in like another demon might. And you go in, and it is the realm of darkness and chaos and madness, but to you, feels pretty good. There's a draw, a pull to a particular location, but it is far.
A draw. What kind of a draw? What does it feel like?
It feels like a connection to Shafragat.
All right. All right. If I can, I will try to. Can I go back?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, then I'll do that, and I will literally like poke like.
You can't be in and out at the same time. No,
Okay, all right. Then I will step back out. Then I will step back out.
Is he gone for like the same amount of time that he was in there?
Good question.
Yeah, I will say yes.
Okay.
Oh. So I come stepping back out of it again.
Oh.
This is gonna hurt. Just so you know. Get ready. But I do feel a connection to Mirisis in there, and I think we'll be able to find her, but it doesn't feel like a short journey.
Okay.
All right?
Together.
Yes, together. I can fly, help people move faster. Maybe was I walking in there, Jeff? Do you get the sense?
Nothing to walk
So
on.
this is just sort of floating in flight.
Yep.
Okay. All right.
Because of his wings or because of the void?
Because of the void.
Okay.
There's no ground.
Maybe I should go in there and see what this is like.
We're all going. And she walks
We
towards
should
the
all-
void.
we should all
Okay.
go-
I'll grab Fahima's
well, I'm
hand as
coming
she
with you.
goes.
All right. So on the count of 3, everyone leaps in.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, and that's where we go to intermission. The 5 heroes of Bingle leap into the void. Before we go, we got some more evil yams. Fail Waffle with number 34, 35,
What?
36,
Whoa.
and 37.
Fail
Bringing-
waffle.
Teaming force of evil up to 72%.
Oh,
This is I believe,
My
something
goodness.
tells me this is a coordinated attack to ensure Team Force of Evil owns the last episode.
this is gonna
Sure.
hurt. This is gonna
Sure.
hurt real bad.
That's fine.
Ugh.
All right. Thank you, Fail Waffle, and all the folks that have been donating. It is extremely generous,
you.
and we are grateful.
Yes.
We also got,
Thank you.
excuse me, also got some balloons from Demon Breath Mint,
Very nice.
Treacherous Idol, and Ganador. Thank you for those as well.
Amazing.
They feel like applause, and we love them. All right, we will be back after a brief intermission. Stick around. There is lots to come. And we're back! Thank you for hanging out with us during intermission.
Woo-hoo.
Really appreciate it. All right. Back to our story.
Back to the void.
Back to the void. You all leap through the entrance to the rift.
Along with
You
James,
are-
the optimistic demon.
That's they didn't hear those jokes, Jared.
I know. That's why I'm making them now. Because I'm going to keep making them.
That's right.
Again, setting the mood.
Sorry.
That's all right. All right. All right. You are adrift in fourth dimensional space. Your mind races to make sense of any of it. It is excruciating, disorienting, overwhelming. Everyone except James, make another wisdom saving throw, please.
Okay.
Welcome to take sips if you'd like.
Advantages, disadvantages.
Civ, you have advantage from Gateway Guy. Dolly, you have advantage from Gateway Guy as well.
Thank you.
Ugo, you have advantage from JT Justice 1, and Lily, you have advantage from Gateway Guy.
Lily,
You
I
still
will,
get +2 from Ugo?
Lily, I will remind you that if you remember the madness, like it sort of builds. So maybe you should drink some of the liquor.
Yeah, I'm going to. I'll take
Dirty
a sip.
20.
So a sip means a D8 of damage and a +1 to your wisdom save.
Roll a 21.
Okay.
10.
Oh no.
Do we
It's a
get
good
+2?
efficient.
Yeah, and you get
you get
+2
+2.
with Ron. There that goes.
You take 12 points of psychic damage, Civ.
Okay.
We have our force of good too to use.
Yeah, I know.
True.
I got some
I got
temporary
15.
HP I'm going to burn through first.
Wait,
You got
no,
what?
I'm sorry. I got 16.
16
Is that-
is not enough.
Oh my gosh. And I took 8 points from my Liquor of the
that's
Dead.
brutal.
Ooh.
So
All
that
right.
did nothing for me.
Okay. Level 2. Lily. Roll a d6.
I don't want to.
Just as you enter, your mind is roiling. You look to your friends all around you, trying to figure out who to heal. You know that's your role. Your words and your magic and your music are here to help. But you realize in this moment that none of them want help. They want harm. They want to burn and to stab and to smash. How could you have ever thought you belonged with these people? You don't want any of this. It's their fault. They're the ones who make things difficult. They're the ones who cause problems. You can't fix everything. You can't hold this group together. You can't be the only responsible one. You're not the glue. You're so angry at them. All of them. Roll a d6.
Oh,
2.
no.
2.
Yeah.
You attack Dahlia.
I knew it.
With what? A flute?
Yeah.
Whatever her attack would be.
Tell me, girl. What are you hitting me with?
Dagger.
I mean, whatever Lily would do to something close to her that she really thinks needs to be attacked.
Shatter?
Yeah, maybe.
Vicious mockery?
I mean, that's what I was thinking, but she hasn't been doing it lately. I'll do Vicious Mockery. That's what she...
All right. What would you say to Dahlia? I like this.
Yikes.
You? We saved you, and then you came back, and you're not even Fahima, and you're not even Dahlia, and your heart's not even covered up. Okay? Here's the thing, is your heart is exposed, and we've exposed our heart to you, but not like that. It's not literal, okay? That's not literally what we meant, so cover it up. Okay?
And is that a saving throw I have to make, or is it an attack?
No, it's an attack. She's attacking you.
It's a
I'm sorry.
It
what
is
her-
a wisdom
That's
save.
saving
Wisdom
throw.
save. Sorry, yes. So you
It's a
do
wisdom save?
have advantage from Goofus McDorkle on that.
And +2 from Ugo.
Ouch, Lily.
Some snappy heart shaming going on there.
Yeah.
Like prudish heart shaming?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You and your naked
Conservative.
heart.
Yeah.
Ew.
Cover it up.
Leave some to the imagination.
Wisdom saves are Fahima's thing. 26.
Okay, that's it.
Snap.
No damage.
Oh no, I think she's going mad. And so she begins to Meep actually begins to conjure Meep's birdcage to trap her in.
All right.
If I
Sure.
can cast here. I mean,
You can cast here. The rest of you are barely holding on to your own sanity as this place assaults your senses. It is intense, but each of you that made the save are managing to stay focused, to stay sane.
Should she go back?
so I'm not able to cast because I can't maintain my
cast
sanity.
if you want.
How much
You can
further
cast.
do we have, James?
A ways.
Okay.
James, you on the other hand, you feel bolstered, energized. Even the
Great.
torment of your friends feels good. You can taste it emanating from them in delicious waves. You can unfurl your wings and fly freely in this place, but you feel the pull in a particular direction.
We need to
The
keep
rest of
going
you
this
are
direction.
untethered, drifting.
Yeah, I don't think Meep's birdcage is gonna work here because it can't just like float with us in through nothingness.
Okay.
So Fahima or Dahlia will she'll see that Lily is going cuckoo and she's gonna rush in and just bear hug her, and Meep is gonna bear hug her from the other side. I know you didn't mean it. Just hang on. We're almost there.
This
I
is
can take
an
it.
actual assault on your brain, Lily. It feels, the way I described it, where your friends feel like your enemies, up is down, left is right, dogs and cats living together.
No. You don't like me. You don't appreciate me.
I do. You're incredible.
Are you viciously
Look at
mocking me?
No, look at
It's working.
Look at me.
I taught you so well.
Everything's going to be all right. Just hang on. Remember who you are.
I don't know.
And look. I'm buttoning up my shirt. Buttoning up. Everything's going to be all right. Look, it's all covered up. How's that? Better?
It's still bad. Apparently, that wasn't actually the issue.
Maybe you know what? Maybe we
It
can
has
work
nothing
on...
to do with your body. Okay. I think
Alright.
you look really good.
Okay, well, let's just think of maybe new tunic designs while we float here.
Okay, fine. I'll disguise you with my disguise kit.
Okay, great.
I'll make you look stupid.
And that continues.
So James, you can fly free in here. Everybody else, like I said, is drifting untethered.
I think James is trying, James is in at the front, and he's like keeps having to remember to allow them to catch up.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you could probably hold on to them and push them around too through the, your wings are flapping and they're sort
Jeff,
of like.
so when if we try to swim, does that work?
I mean, you can get some momentum, but again, it's crazy making in there. It feels, sometimes it feels like you're pushing through something solid. Sometimes it feels like your arms are going to fly off. It is a place. I mean, moving through this is an indescribable thing. It is both black and empty and nebulous and brimming with horrors. The things that you see are abstractions, concepts, hard even to comprehend, an unnatural revelation. The deepest parts of you harvested violently. It is hopelessness, despair, insanity, a parade of your darkest undoing. And it seems endless. But James, pretty pleasant for you.
I don't know. Maybe she should go back.
We either speed up or we go back. Which is it?
I'm having trouble moving at all.
Dahlia,
Everyone
can you
hold-
make us go faster? Can you make us fly?
Hold on to me.
Yes. So Dahlia begins to cast fly.
Is it even necessary though? I mean, if you just hold on to
If you
me,
just hold on to James, he could move you.
Okay.
It's not. It's just everybody just hold
no
on.
Offense, but if one of us lets go because we lose our mind, that's not going to cut it.
Rope.
Please, Dahlia.
Rope it.
I'll get
I
out
agree
rope
with
at the
Uggo.
same time. I'll get out rope at the same time. I'd like to do both.
Uggo.
Please.
Uggo
You don't
begins tying
understand,
Lily to
Civ.
him.
Casting fly on all of us takes a lot of my energy.
Then
And
don't do it on all of us. Do it on a couple. Do it on
But-
3.
The point is, if one of any of us goes mad, we lose us. So the rope is the best option.
Right.
She
and I want to
starts
be
to
able
assist
to,
strapping.
and I want to be able to pull someone in case they try to go away. I can cut a rope in 2 seconds. If I lose my mind, a rope is not going to stop me.
I can cut a rope in 2 seconds. That's my impression of you.
But we're already flying. I mean, we can go faster, I guess. But
Let me put it this way. If it gets worse, I'm grabbing her and I'm going back.
yes, I think that's a good idea. If it gets
Fine.
worse,
I grow large, I grab Lily, and I take her back.
Wait, what?
Oh, okay.
Take her back? What are you talking
I
about?
said that was a bad idea. If it keeps getting worse,
Wait,
do you even listen to us anymore? What is the deal with you?
Are you really going back? How do you go back in the void?
I
Is
was.
that
You
possible?
said if it gets worse, and I said yes, I agree, and you just left.
So
Can you go
are
backwards
you
in the
just
void?
going then, James, and we should go back? That
Also,
seems to
I'm
be
not
what.
easily grabbed.
Yeah, Fahima and Meep are bear hugging Lily right now, so you don't just do that, actually.
Okay. You want to do a strength check? Let's do it.
No, Civ!
Well,
Civ, you have advantage from Goofus McDorkle. Lily, you have
me.
advantage from Goofus McDorkle.
Me?
Or is it me holding on to him? Her.
She can have. I mean, she already has advantage, but I would
Okay.
give you the assist action. But it's Lily.
Just straight strength.
Yeah.
Is it
17.
athletics? Because it's a grapple.
Yeah, I guess I could be athletics. Yeah.
21.
Grapple is
I got it.
athletics, and it could be
if you're doing the grappling, you can use athletics.
What? Why is he grabbing me?
He wants to take you back because
wanna
you
go
are
back.
going crazy.
Civ.
I cannot drink the liquor of the dead. Do you understand this? I
So
cannot
you're
drink
afraid, is what you are saying.
I made an oath. Perhaps you would know what that means, Uggo.
I do, and the oath is staring us in the face. And now is not the time for fear; it is the time for courage.
That's not the point, Uggo. Let him go.
Wait,
He has-
excuse me, I am also involved in this situation.
Yeah, I'm not letting Lily go against her will.
Fine, I let her go. I cannot drink. At all. If it gets worse, there's nothing I can do. Nothing.
This isn't really alcohol. You can drink water.
And there's alcohol.
It's more like ghost juice.
Yeah.
Corpse juice?
Really wish we'd had this conversation outside the rift. But I understand.
Well, we're not doing anything else here.
I
I
understand.
mean, it is excruciating. To every second you're here is, difficult,
Oh.
and you're not just hanging out in zero gravity. It's
So we wouldn't be talking like this either. We'd be like,
yeah. I mean, that's what I was trying to do when I was explaining all the despair, the insanity, the parade of your darkest
Which
undoing.
is why I said we either speed up or we
Yeah.
go back. I think that was pretty clear.
no! We're already here! It's already excruciating! Everybody, stay together! It's what Lily said in her song!
If it gets worse, take her back.
Excuse me, I am still right here.
If it
What?
gets worse, I
You-
don't want you to die, Lily.
Okay, well
so
then we should
maybe
move, right?
we should
Yeah.
move now.
Let's go.
I understand, Civ, but you can tell us these things before we're in the middle of it. Come on.
What are we doing?
I don't trust anyone.
Moving forward.
Okay. So, James, you fly through this parade of horrors, this nonsense world that is an assault on everyone's psyche except your own. And you finally arrive at the nexus of your yearning, the place you were compelled to go. You are somewhere now, a location vast and ominous. There is something in this place, more than just a dread, a thing, a body, a gigantic floating body, torn asunder, butchered and bleeding. It looms like a terrible, unavoidable truth. It appears to be the body of Onivrius the Omnipotent.
What?
If you'll join me in the map room, you'll see it.
What? Whoa. What?
Whoa.
You stare at it for a moment, overwhelmed.
Ew.
The chaos of this place has dissipated, coalescing into a firm, viewable moment in space and time. This moment, this thing, the corpse of a god. It hovers there in negative space, in its doom, in the void. But then, you see movement. From the lacerations and vivisections of its body, from its very wounds, crawl disgusting aberrations, vile monstrosities, demons that writhe and squirm with malicious intent. Roll initiative.
Ho, ho, ho.
New feature,
Against
guys.
the
If you're within,
No, against
you're
the
within-
demons that are crawling out of its wounds.
Okay.
if you're within 10 feet, you are immune to fear. You cannot be frightened.
Okay,
Cool.
that's good. That's really good.
Okay. And what is our speed? Right, you said I have 50 feet. Is everyone else sort of have 30 feet of
No?
float speed, or what?
Well,
is,
you're
okay.
floating. Yeah, I mean, you're floating. You can be pushed or pulled.
So our
or-
speed is 0 unless someone else makes us move.
Or you have fly, or you push yourself off of something.
Gotcha.
Yeah. So you can move
okay.
at your speed if you push off of something.
Got it.
Okay. All right.
It's like an anti-gravity.
Okay.
It's difficult, right? Because we're
Yeah.
in a place
Mhm.
that is
Yeah.
the definition of madness.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like you can just walk around.
No, I get that. I guess I was just I thought we were floating under our own power. I guess a little bit was.
You are. You're
Yeah.
fine.
Right. Yes,
That's
I thought
why
everyone was.
that's why I asked for the flight spell. That's why I asked for it.
That was unclear to me at the time. I thought there was no difference. I thought there was no difference between us flying and just us moving, besides just a little bit of extra speed.
Yeah, same. The way it was described.
That
No,
was
I
a little.
said you have to
unclear.
hold on to. James can push you or pull you and fly. If you guys want to go back and cast the fly spell, I'm fine with that.
No.
Any advantages on our
Yeah.
Anish?
You have Civ has advantage from a jar full of bees. Dahlia has advantage from Goofus McDorkle. James has advantage from Last Cleric of Krypton. Ugo has advantage from Hadrian X, and Lily has advantage from a jar full of bees.
I'll take it. My real life.
And I have
Leo.
advantage from JT Justice 1, Liam Draws, and Fail Waffle. Thank you. Also, I should mention, the yams keep a coming.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
We have Fail Waffle Yams 38, 39, 40, 41,
Whoa.
42, and 43. I really thought 42 was going to be the end of it just because of the... No, 43. 43. Also, the Metallurgist is getting in on the action. The Metallurgist dropped 4 yams. Thank you,
Whoa!
the metallurgist.
Dang.
Thank you,
Thank
Metallurgist.
you.
Holy cow.
Thank you.
Just
So awful.
John.
The metallurgist.
Team Force of Evil at 76%.
Woof.
Good attempt.
Wow.
Wow.
Thank you.
Wow.
But also, I'm scared.
Yeah, a little bit. All right.
Alrighty.
Okay, did everybody have
Need
their
that butt
initiative?
rope now.
Yes, bud rope.
Yes.
27.
All right. Alia?
11.
James?
18.
Billy?
24.
Go.
19.
All right.
Oh.
So,
Hmm. What can you tell me about any of these demons? Do any of them look familiar or anything like that? Or
no, they look disgusting and vicious and meaning to attack. They look large as well.
Okay.
Yeah, they are not any of the kind of demons that you have fought before, but they're much more sort of worm-like, and they have wings and can move around in these environments. They got tentacles.
And let me ask
They're
this,
bad.
Jeff. Got it. Let me ask this: you said that this was where it felt like the pull was coming from. It feels like, to my knowledge, that we've arrived at our destination. It's not still
Correct.
past us.
That's
All
correct. All right, Civ, you're first, then Lily.
I already rolled because I was assuming I was going first. I'm shooting my bow at the closest of the demons, which I'm assuming is still within short range. Yeah,
Let's see. This is a
Yeah,
very,
that
very
doesn't-
large map, as you can
Yeah.
tell.
it's
It doesn't look that
150.
far.
Oh yeah, so 95 to that one, 95 to that one, 120 to that one, and 55 to that one.
Yeah, the closest one. Is that debris that's floating in space in front of me?
Yeah, there are body parts and debris and all kinds of crazy stuff. So there's stuff that you could push off on that would give you movement if you needed to.
Sure.
But
No, I'm just going to shoot my bow and let them come to me. So I got a natural 20 on my
Nice.
bow.
Whoa!
I'm going to, because I went first, I'm going to add sneak attack. And
Okay.
I'm also going to do ice shackles. So I'm doubling all those dice.
oh my goodness.
So I got 76 points of damage.
Whoa!
And that demon gets to make a strength saving throw versus ice shackles.
How much of that was just the sneak attack?
I mean, I'll just grab 8d6 out of this. 10, 22.
You said 76 points of damage?
Yeah.
Dude, you are a beast.
10, 22.
And a strength saving throw?
Yep. 30,
Okay. What level are you guys now?
39.
13.
Ugo draws a blade against his arm, cutting very deep. As a reaction to your sneak attack, Civ, gain 39 temporary hit points.
Sweet.
I got a 17 on my strength.
That saves. It still takes the damage, but it's not restrained.
And
Okay.
I take half of that damage. So,
Jeez, I'll go careful.
and I have temporary.
And then the second shot, because I have 2 attacks, is
Yeah. 5 levels of fighter.
a 21, dirty 21 to hit.
Yeah, that hits.
It's my channel divinity, malleable resilience.
So another 16 points of magical piercing.
To the same one?
Yep.
All right. You, with 2 shots, completely destroy this thing. Your arrow soars through this place of chaos and madness. It seems to be going the wrong direction at first, and then it goes the right direction. It doesn't make sense. Your brain is playing tricks on you. This place is playing tricks on you, and yet your arrow flies true, pummeling it. It tears it apart, bits and pieces of viscera floating in midair as this thing is killed.
Oh, by the way, I'm also large sized too. I use my bonus action to grow to giant sized. And I will just hang out there.
All right, that brings us to Lily's turn.
Okay, Lily takes Civ's attack as a personal insult that he's trying to show off. And so she pulls out her crossbow and is like, oh, really? Really? And lets out a bolt towards the other demon that I believe is within range.
Yeah, 95.
Yeah.
All right.
Decidedly less skilled at this than Civ. He doesn't feel that way right now.
Fail waffle with Evil Yam 44 and 45, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my goodness, Fail Waffle. Thank you.
Incredible. Lily, you have advantage from Idaho Judd, countered by Fail Waffle.
Okay. Oh wait, hold on. What do I got a 13.
A 13 does not hit.
But she's making it makes sense because she's also looking at Civ as she does this.
Giving him the side eye.
Yeah.
It's not conducive to crossbow shots.
She doesn't even notice hers doesn't hit.
All right, the arrow, and to you, Lily, it is. This place is oppressive. It feels like the walls are closing in. There are no walls. It feels like this place wants to squeeze the life out of you, out of all of you. It is madness. It is torment. It is chaos erupting all around you at all times. Horrors from beyond imagining are literally crawling out of the wounds of the biggest corpse you've ever seen in your life. It is these creatures' turn. I don't think I can get to you, though.
They rolled above an 18?
Yeah, one of them
Okay.
did. Only one of them. Can't get there. I can get close. Flies. Oh, how far did I get? Boop. Yeah, that'll work.
Certainly dash if it wanted.
Guess it could. I would leave it. That's a good point. Might as well just do that. Boop. It's on top of you as you're on the edge of this viscera. Ugo, your turn, then James.
Ugo's eyes light up as the demon close to him flies, and he goes, "Oh, good! I didn't have to come to you!" And attacks it twice.
All right.
First,
By the way, there's whispers and howls and screams all in your perception as this is all happening. It is oppressive. It is inside you, all around you.
feel like the aura of courage that Ugo now has at level 10 is kind of bolstering him a little
I buy that.
in this case.
You have
so he's going.
Sorry, you have advantage on the first from Marie Listerpad, countered by Fail Waffle. Advantage on the second from Hadrian X, countered by Changebox.
Oh, great. So straight roll, love it. I'm gonna roll. I'm gonna attack twice.
Yeah.
Before I do that, I'm gonna cast Branding Smite.
Okay.
Bonus action.
Sounds so happy about it.
I do. Nat 20 on the first one. The second one is, and I love paladins because I get to choose when I use my Divine Smite after I roll. The second one's an 11 because I rolled a 3. Excuse me, 12 because I rolled a 3.
That one's a miss.
Okay. So the first one is the Branding Smite plus a level 3 Divine Smite. So, should I make it level 2? Let's make it level 2. It is a fiend. I don't necessarily need to go full out because I get an extra D. I get an extra D8. Okay. So crit Oh man, there's a lot of dice I gotta roll.
It's gonna be a
Yeah.
lot of dice.
That's why I started using digital dice on my phone, because there's no way I was going to add all that up.
Good call. I can do that. All right, so it's 4d6 from the weapon. It's another. Do I double the branding?
Do
I
you
think I
double?
do.
Double. Yeah, you double all the
Double
dice.
Yep.
Yeah.
So that's 8d6 plus 8d8.
That's a lot. That's a lot.
It's a whole lot. And it's all radiant, except for the branding smite, which is
Well, you're bludgeoning.
Ricky,
The
it's
first
also
46. Your 40. Your first 46 is bludgeoning.
is magical bludgeoning. Yep.
Right.
Okay, the total is 59 total damage. I feel like I should have rolled these separately because of the types of damage.
9 total damage.
Yeah, 59 total radiant damage.
That is enough to kill one of them.
Well, that's the one that's right in front of me. So
Yeah, that explodes in again puffs of inky purple goo. This viscera, this green mass, explodes out in front of you with a single smite of your maul.
is it going to require me an action to push off of James?
No, you can use that as your movement.
Okay, as my movement. Okay, 5,
Yeah.
10, 15. 5, 10, 15, 20. There. I'm going to set up a flank for Civ.
Okay.
Okay. And that's my turn.
James, you're up.
Feeling like
And a monster
my
than Dahlia.
feeling like my friends sort of have this one close by sort of handled. James is going to take off and fly towards the other ones that are still heading our direction. 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, 45, roughly right about, basically flying right above this sort of edge of this limb, whatever part of the body that is. Is this the one in the middle of the screen? Is that 120 feet away?
Yep.
Yes.
105.
All right, good. And James will throw 3 Eldritch Blasts at that one.
All right. You have advantage from Hadrian X, countered by Fail Waffle on the first. Advantage from Marie Listopad, countered by Changebox on the second. And advantage from Hadrian X, countered by Changebox on the third.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Yeah, the first is an 18 to hit.
Hits.
Second is a 23 to hit, and the third is a 27 to hit. So
Yeah,
all 3
all
hit. Okay, awesome. Where are my d10s?
Rotate dice more often. I keep getting nat 20s.
Ooh.
36 points of force damage to that one.
All right.
Boom, boom, boom.
Your purple energy that it has its source in this place, comes from inside you. You, a giant, or a much taller demon at this point, shooting at other demons. The purple energy slamming into it, injuring it greatly. Does that complete your turn?
Yeah.
All right. We're up to these guys. They. Fly over here. Boop. This one is going to. Over here. Boop. That's their turns. Dahlia, you're up.
Are they could dash too if you want. I don't know.
Yeah, they can. That didn't work out too well for the other one. Dahlia, you're
It
up.
did not.
Okay, so once again, she's going to spend a sorcery point and cast Fly on herself, Civ, Lily, and Uggo. So that's, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a 6th level spell.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. And then she's going to use her movement with Meep to fly 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40, Yeah, she's just gonna line up next to James here. Yeah, and that's my turn.
All right. Then we're up to this guy. It is going to move. Yeah, it's flying at you. These things are horrible and disgusting. They move and writhe and squirt things about them. They're slimy and oozing. Now we're back to top of the round, Civ. First thing we do is everybody rolls a wisdom saving throw for the madness. Civ, you have advantage from Goofus McDorkle, countered by Failwaffle. Dahlia, you have advantage from Goofus McDorkle, countered by Failwaffle. Hugo, you have advantage from Vanderslice, countered by Changebox. Lily, you have advantage from Holly, put the kettle on, countered by Changebox.
Lily, take a big old drink.
If I can't.
That did not work out for me last time. I took more damage from that than I did.
Yeah, but if you keep getting worse, it's gonna get real bad.
I want to use our force of good.
Yeah, if I take a sip, then I have to lose. I might lose concentration. So I'm gonna.
I'd like to use our
roll.
force of good, if I could.
Do it.
Do we already use Prim? We did, didn't we?
No.
No.
I've only used Kelmop so far.
Okay.
Can I think of another one?
No, use Prim. Yeah. Oh, you're trying to save it. I see.
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
it's
because
fine,
it's
use
easy
it.
recalling.
Just use it.
Well, I feel like okay. I feel like I know other names, but if I guess and wrong, I don't get it. Okay, I'm just gonna.
I have one other one.
Okay.
One,
Oh, I can think of one. Maybe we're thinking of the same one.
probably. It's the easiest one.
I can also reread the card, which has clues in it.
Oh, it does?
Mm-hmm.
That'd be great.
Civil,
maybe
you
when we
don't
get to
get the
it.
+2 now. You don't get the +2.
Okay.
All right. What does everybody get from their
19.
wisdoms?
I
19?
got over 20.
James? Or James doesn't have to do it. Sorry, I'll go.
15.
Lily?
19.
Thank goodness.
All right.
I think.
15
Civ,
passes?
Lily, and Ugo failed.
Oh, okay. Oh yeah.
Oh!
Fun.
Because we don't have the +2 anymore, right, Ron?
What?
Yeah, you're more than 10 feet away from me. So
Okay.
yeah.
Oh, wait, I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, you moved.
You're 20. Yeah, I moved to flank. I'm sorry. It's my fault. I did it.
15 points of damage for Civ and Ugo.
Okay.
Lily, you are in the 3rd level of madness, which means you roll a D100.
Oh, God.
Oh,
I
no!
don't even know how to do that.
I can do it for you if you need, or somebody can do it
Yeah,
digitally.
do it.
2 D10s.
It's just 2d10 and you call.
Choose one
you call
is
the
one
10.
digit, and one is the zeros digit. That's why you have also a percentile die. It makes it a little easier.
God.
I just never do this.
Play Warlock.
38.
38?
Or be a DM.
All right.
Look at
The madness has affected you in some permanent way. Roll a D4.
And a permanent as in for the rest of...
Yes.
For life?
Yep.
Yep.
Maybe we can get greater restoration later, but what'd you
So I
get?
got a 1.
You get a 1. So you become jumpy and weak. You reduce your athletics, acrobatics, stealth, and sleight of hand rolls by 1 for the rest of your
my
life.
god, all of those.
That sucks. Okay.
So
Think
negative
you're gonna
1 to
have
athletics,
customs.
acrobatics, stealth, and sleight of hand.
Just negative from what I have, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you also take the 15 points of damage. Did I tell
Yeah.
you that already? The psychic damage.
No.
Yeah, you already did. Told me that.
If
All
you
right. So
click-
that is the top of the round. It is almost Civ's turn, but before that happens, you notice something else happen. More demons come out. They are larger, even than the ones before. They emerge from the wounds of this corpse.
Can we go around the floating corpse?
This is where we're supposed to go.
Just go around.
Of your turn.
Advantage, disadvantage. I'm pulling out daggers and just going to town on this.
You have advantage from Cjo 225, countered by Changebox. Is it just one attack?
It'll be 2 attacks, so go ahead and give me
the second is advantage from Kitty Scritches, countered by Changebox.
Okay.
But you get advantage for flanking, right?
He does.
Are we doing that, Jeff?
Sure, yeah.
Okay.
I mean, that's why I moved there.
Yeah, I think regular. I mean, we're in the void, but normal attack or combat rules should apply. Mostly.
Okay, so 23 for the first one and 29 for the second attack.
Both hit.
Okay.
Who are you attacking?
The demon right in front of me. I'm just pulling out the dragon tooth dagger and just.
Right.
I'm gonna wrap him up with one arm and just start stabbing into his chest as much as possible.
All right.
Give me just a sec to add all these up. Let's see, 2d4, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 34 plus 16 is 50 points of magical piercing, some acid, some other things mixed in there.
Wow. Nice.
All right. You slice and dice into this thing. Again, every wound, the oozing pus, the black goo that comes out of your slices, of the wounds that you create, it just seeps into the air, dissipates around you, coagulates into globules, moving through this negative space. It's horrible. You see this thing very badly injured, but not quite dead.
Okay. All I have left is a bonus action, which I don't think I can do much with since I'm locked in melee with this guy. That's my turn.
All right. That brings us to Lily.
Okay, so that ding dong in front of Cividai is still going kind of strong.
Yeah.
Lily,
Both
maybe
of
you should leave.
Both of you, your heads are throbbing. Your brain seems melting inside your head. It is. You focus on what you need to do. You focus on your attack, but this place is harrowing.
Lily is just gonna, like, in her confusion, cast Spirit Guardians.
Okay.
At 4th level. So those will be around me in a 15-foot
radius.
Radius, thank you. I couldn't think of the word.
Is that going to heal the demon?
No.
No, it does radiant damage, yeah.
Yeah, they do damage.
Oh, what am I getting confused?
Not healing spirit. I know it's confusing. I have two,
okay.
and I get them confused also. So when the demon, if it's still alive, starts its turn there, it will take damage.
All right.
Can you
Anything
move
else?
that?
It's
No.
around me.
It stays
You
around
can't
her.
move it? Okay. Oh, but it moves with you if you move.
Yeah, it was with me.
Yes.
You can fly right now, Lily.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to stay around this guy so it dies.
Okay.
Lily, you cast your spell. Your hands shaky in a way that you've never noticed before. It is.
I'm disoriented, so I think I would just stay here. I don't think I would. I don't think I would move.
This thing's turn. It's going to take 2 attacks. One with its bite and one with its claws. The claw will go against Uggo. The bite will go.
It takes immediate damage, doesn't it?
From Lily's thing. Yes, indeed. What is that?
Does it have to end its turn or start its turn there, Katie?
It's start, right?
I think it starts its turn there.
Yeah, wisdom. It needs to make a wisdom saving throw. I remember that.
All right. I have advantage from Fail Waffle. Good, because that first roll is a 4. Well, the second roll was a 9, so it's not great. So 10 probably doesn't save.
Does not save. Finally, I don't save. Let me roll the damage for you. And I did cast it at 4th
You did.
level. So. It takes 16 points of damage.
That
Rating.
ends it. It is obliterated. It just trying to attack you. Your spirit right next to it just rips it apart. with light exploding from the inside of this demon, ripping it apart from the inside out. It screams, but that just meshes with all the other screams of torment and insanity that is here. Uggo, your turn, then James.
Okay. Uggo is going to fly here. And, well, I guess technically fly just above Lily. 5, 10, 15. And scoop her up and put her in the saddle.
Okay.
Assuming she doesn't.
She's pretty
Resist.
disoriented at this point. I think she's
Okay.
just.
And then I tell Civ, we need to get closer to our friends.
Push off of me.
Well, you can fly. Why do I need to do that?
Oh, sorry.
I mean, I guess I could still do that. Whee! 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 50. There it is. So, Lily, just put yourself like right behind, like right next to me.
Okay.
There. Everybody all of a sudden feels a little bit more courageous, and
Right in front of me.
your wisdoms and your saves go up by 2.
Great.
Anything else?
And then
Uggo?
Uggo says to James, "What are we doing? Why are we here? Are we just killing these things and that's it?" I think that would be Jeff putting her in the saddle is action.
Yeah.
Yep,
Yeah.
I would say it's the same. And then he will cast a bonus action spell called Spirit Shroud.
Okay.
You call for spirits of the dead, which flit around you from the spell's duration. The spirits are intangible and invulnerable. They can be radiant, necrotic, or cold. I choose radiant. I would
Nice.
really like them to be blue elves.
I love it.
Wow.
Until the spell ends, any attack you make deals 1d8 extra damage when you hit a creature within 10 feet. The damage is radiant. Any creature that takes damage can't regain hit points until the start of your next turn. Additionally, any creature I can see that starts its turn within 10 feet of me has a reduction of 10 feet to its speed.
Nice.
All right.
That's it. That's it for Uggo.
James, you're up. Then a monster, then Dahlia.
James, here's I'll go say that. Mirasis! Where are you? I mean, I don't want to give my whole action for it, but does James feel anything? Any sort of what is the
This feels like the place where she is. This feels like the place you need to be, but there's no response to that call.
Can you make the demons just do whatever you say since you're a demon? You're their lord.
Yeah. Where does 60 can 60 feet of fly speed? If I fly straight ahead, where does that get me? Does that get me right in the middle of those three? Right there. Right there. Put me right there.
Oh,
That's
God.
where I want to go.
Oh, God.
So James flies right into the middle of these three, because I hear Dahlia say that, and yeah, I was thinking the same thing. And flies right into. Actually, I guess it's 50 feet, but that because I don't have Fahima's fly speed. But they are all three within 60 feet of me, correct?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, easily.
Yep. James starts speaking in Abyssal, casting Mass Suggestion.
All right.
Every demon within 60 feet of him.
Okay.
Say it slower.
Allies, comrades, we are here because we have been called, and it is our destiny. I suggest that you leave us, and leave us to the grim business that Shothragot wants. Leave us be. Go, seek out other prey.
Love it. All right.
Mass suggestion on those three.
So those are
on those three
wisdom
big,
saves?
well, all three wisdom saves.
Yeah. All right. All right, so I have advantage from Fail Waffle, countered by Hadrian X on all three of these. Thank you both for that. We have the first
once mass suggestion.
6, second,
Fail.
3, and the third,
You know, roll, Jeff.
a 4.
Wow, you can't roll, buddy. I'm sorry.
And I watch to see, and then I hold my hand back to my party and go, "Don't touch them!"
All right. and they will. You want them? You said leave, right?
I basically said, leave us alone and go seek out other prey. It's yeah.
Yes.
It's everybody within 60. I don't think the other two are the other two are too far away.
Yeah.
So the one that's I'm confused. The one that's on the appendage up there is not one that was.
No, that one and that one
Too
have
far
not been
away.
affected. That one
Okay,
not.
the two more
James, that complete your turn?
teeth. Wait,
Yeah.
teeth.
Yeah,
You
yeah.
feel
I'm
some sort of-
now concentrating on that. So
Yeah,
yeah.
you feel some sort of rumbling of you, James, who is not affected by this evil place. You feel some sort of rumbling, a shakiness, just in the very fabric of the air around you. That it's not even air, the void around you.
I'll point to the other two and call out, those two are not listening to me. Get
right.
those two. Leave the others alone.
This one, gonna get you. Man, come on.
It's about time it worked.
It's gonna go.
Yeah, that was awesome. Perfect timing for it to work.
Actually, they'll dash. They will dash to get to you. You if a Ron and Jared, if a monster has multi-attack, you can't use one of those attacks as a dash, right?
No.
Yeah, I didn't
You
think
have to
so.
have full attack
Yeah, not unless
right.
it has some kind of special ability.
ability
Yeah.
that allows it to. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh,
It's
I
like-
forgot.
yeah.
It can be within 15 of you, I think, to do this.
Oh wow, it's got a big old reach.
Yeah. Okay. But still had to get dash to get there. All right. Dahlia, you're up. So these two are the only two that have not been affected by James.
Okay. Fireball.
Yes.
Let's see if I can cast that at a higher level too. Yeah. let's
James
cast
look at
that.
these two demons flying towards him and looks at them and go, you're awfully bunched together.
Okay, so we're gonna cast that at 5th
And
level,
he ducks because he knows what's coming.
and that's gonna be a dex save from then and 10d6 fire damage.
Lily, you see Uggo paying attention to what she's doing, and you see him kind of like mimicking a little bit of her movement.
All right, I have advantage from Amal, the last unicorn, countered by Hadrian X, and Ermagerd Ertinfert, countered by Hadrian X.
I love you. Whoever made that, I love you. We're getting
Finally, I
married.
gotta save.
Now we need that meme where somebody has superimposed Ertinfert's art image over that girl's face.
Over
They're
the
gonna
Swedish
19 and a
death.
13. So it's one of them saves, right?
First succeeded, yeah.
Yes. Yeah, the 19 succeeded.
Okay.
So it'll take only half. I'm still rolling. I'm just using a calculator over here.
Said 10d6. Nice.
Yeah, 43. And then half on the one that saved.
21. 43 and 21.
That's not that much damage,
You
actually,
cast that fireball at 5th level. That's fun.
compared to Civ's 70.
Actually has
something points.
resistance to fire.
Well, that was a
as
crit.
well.
No! I was wondering if they would, as demons.
Can't you overcome it, or can you not do that?
Oh, wait, I ignore resistance. Thank you.
Oh, that's right.
He
The
does.
last time I cast this, I forgot that, and I didn't remember till after the show, so thank you so much, Ron.
Ah.
You're welcome.
Good remembering, because I didn't remember that either. All right, the fireball explodes, burning and searing these demons. They scream, and the scream is a cacophony of screams and yells and whimpers and moans that infests in all of your minds. That complete your turn, Dahlia.
Yep.
All right. Those things. Well, they all went off their turn, right? They would have not
Yeah, they
moved. They went before their turn. Yeah,
That's right.
So that's what their turns were. Was leaving. They don't have a chance. Mass Suggestion doesn't let you save every turn, right? You just do it until you're completed,
Yeah,
or you are
it's
incapacitated.
make it or be gone.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. Okay. So top of the round means everybody has to do a Wisdom saving throw. Sid, you have advantage from Kitty Scritches, countered by Changebox. Dolly, you have advantage from Kildarin, countered by Changebox. Uggo, you have advantage from Hadrian X, countered by change box. Lily, you have advantage from dim-witted, countered by change box.
Yeah, I failed it too, Katie.
And
I haven't rolled yet, but I'm gonna take a sip of the liquor. That it's only
the
1 point.
Per
James?
Sip.
1d8.
Yeah, per sip.
I think
So you can
should
sip
try
more,
damage.
and then you take
It-
more D8 damage.
At this
Yeah,
point,
I'm gonna
the
do 2
damage
sips.
is better.
I'm gonna do 2 sips, I think, from. Maybe I'll do 3 sips. I'm gonna do 3 sips and risk it.
I have a dirty 20.
Okay.
Because Uggo, you still give that to me because you're next to me, right?
Yep. +2. Yep. To you as well, Lily and Civ.
I'm
Oh,
not
maybe
near
not
you.
Civ. Yeah, not Civ. You haven't moved yet.
Okay. Oh shoot. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have. I took 3 sips. Now I got 23 now, but I have to
Hit
take,
points?
23 for my save.
Save. Okay, that's
Oh,
saves.
okay.
So I take 1 damage, 2 damage. Oh, good. Okay, and 5.
Okay. All right.
How do you look damage-wise?
I rolled 11.
I look.
Go ahead. Is this your first fail?
Second.
Okay.
Second fail. All right, so you roll a d6.
Okay. 5.
That is you. So you can, well, you can attack yourself or you can re-roll.
I will attack myself. I'll go.
Surprise to no one.
No! And he stabs himself in the chest.
Oh, so
God.
Uggo, you look at your family, the heroes of Bingle, and you feel love for them. You look at each of them in turn, feeling such a strong affection for all of them. But as your gaze continues across their faces, you start to see a pattern. They don't look at you. They don't even notice you. They don't care for you the way you care for them. They lie to you. They make plans without you. They don't respect the ways you try to protect them. They don't think you're smart enough. They trample the truth and care not for your feelings.
And it's all my fault. I'll
Take-
make a warp maul attack at myself.
Yeah, I mean, I think it would be it'd be a full attack, whatever it is.
Yeah. Oh, you want me to do full attack?
Yeah, I mean, you would do it. This is a strike as
Yeah.
as you know.
So
Intense
2
as you
attacks
can
on
be.
myself when it's my turn. Cool. Or now.
Might as well do it now so we don't forget it. You have advantage from Hadrian X
Does
countered by
it take
change
up
box.
my turn when it's
It
my
doesn't
turn?
burn his round. No, it didn't do that previously. It didn't burn
No,
your
you have to just
action.
do it immediately.
Okay,
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Do I have advantage on any of these?
No, you have advantage from Hadrian X countered by change box, and an advantage from Dusky countered by change box.
Does he
first-
hit himself twice
Yes.
with them all?
First one's
Whatever
21.
an action would be, whatever his turn would
Is
be.
there any way Lily on the second one can try and stop it because she's kind of affected?
15 on. Oh, excuse
If
me.
you have any way that you could normally stop an attack.
I mean, I'm in his backpack, so can I like poke his armpit?
I like this idea.
Tickle.
Just like he does it once, and I see him going to do it again, and I'm in the backpack, and it's very scary because the mall's coming towards me as well.
Yeah.
So Lily's just gonna like shove her hand in his armpit in an attempt to like tickle and make him stop.
Just roll me a persuasion check. I think that'll be what we'll do. You have advantage from I Love Cress countered by change box.
My attacks were 21 and 19.
Right?
Ugh.
And a 26 persuasion.
All right, you only have to take one of the attacks. She
Oh, great.
manages to persuade you in the most annoying way possible by goosing your armpit. So only take one of those hits, Uggo.
All right, I'll re-roll the ones because that's what I do. So I take 8 plus 3 more, so I take 11 magical bludgeoning.
Anybody else fail to save?
Yep.
And how
And
many
what
times
force
is that for
damage
you,
did I
Civ?
take?
That's my third failure.
All right.
Your third or your
So
second? I thought it was your second.
Third, because I failed one on the way here.
so you need to roll the D100.
Okay.
Was there force damage I took as well, Jeff?
No, not on the second one.
I mean, psychic. No.
No, I meant the psychic from failing.
11 plus 6 is 17 points of psychic damage for you, Civ.
Okay.
And the roll the
I feel-
D100?
Huh?
I feel like
18?
I feel like we don't take the psychic damage on the second round. We haven't previously.
This is the third round for him.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
was
I'm talking
asking
to
about
Ron.
me.
Yeah.
I get it now. I get it.
So roll a d4, please.
Okay.
I'm scared.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't like this. Hold on.
2.
Your memory becomes cloudy and you can't recall information as easily. Reduce your arcana, history, investigation, nature, and religion rolls by 1 forever.
We got a little bit of what he wished for. He forgot a little bit. He forgot just
Arcana, history. What were the other ones?
All intelligence.
Arcana, history, investigation, nature, and religion.
Those
Just
are
all your
Those
All
were
your
all
intelligence
horrible,
abilities.
anyways.
You're really bad at nature now.
But again, this overwhelming pressure in your brain, this cacophony of screams and yells, this awful madness is gripping you, is making you, is injuring you. Also, what happens at the top of the round? Even larger demons.
No, come
emerge
on.
Out of the body parts onto the battlefield. And Lily, as you make your saving throw, as you finally push back the madness a bit, push back the insanity, and focus for 1 second as you stop Uggo from hurting himself, as you just hold on to a bit of your focus, you feel something. You feel something in your ear. A heat. It's warming almost uncomfortably. It's heating up, this earring in your ear.
I'm never like this.
Lily, can you hear me?
Torvald, yes. Hi.
I must tell you something.
Okay. It's not a great time, I'll be honest.
Hermel said you told me that. Hermel said that James told him that the plan was to enter the void, searching for the Fifth Warden.
Yeah, we're here now. That's where we are.
Seriously?
Big time sucks, bro. It sucks.
Yeah, we're here. We're not doing great. I'll also be honest with you about that.
I have something that I need to tell you.
Okay, I'm listening.
It may seem that the heroes of Bingo came together by chance, but each of you has brought something essential to this quest. We now know 5 wardens, 5 champions of the Aureate Age, 5 heroes of Bingo. Each of you connected to the wardens, to the champions. Think of how you freed each of them. The Storm Warden, a puzzle solved through James's clever mind. The Inferno Warden, a battle won through Uggo's indomitable strength. The Typhoon Warden, a charm lifted by your musical talent. The Quake Warden, a negotiation only approachable through Civ's silent stealth. You must ask yourself, what is left?
Fahima? Dahlia?
Civ, it is your turn.
Torvald? Oh, so many riddles!
I don't know any of that information, right? That's
This
just-
member of
Really
the natural
gonna
order
yell out,
cannot be
like,
reached
Fahima
at
is
this time.
Fahima! Fahima is the key! Fahima...
We know that.
Fahima is the key. Torvald called me on the ear. He earringed me. Torvald was in my ear. It was hot in my head. And he said we each are responsible for a warden, for solving one of the wardens. There was a puzzle. There was strength. But Fahima is the key.
All right, so I need to do something.
Yes, I think.
Mirasis!
Unfortunately, he didn't tell me what.
And she starts to scream as James said, Mirasis! Please! I'm your granddaughter! Please!
No response. It is Civ's turn.
Yeah, I don't know what else I could do besides take out my bow and shoot a demon. So that's what I'm gonna do.
Okay.
Actually, you know what? I'm not. I'm gonna take my entire turn to just focus my mind. I'm going to clutch the lock of hair that's hanging down from my armor, and I am going to shut down. I'm going to not be here. That's gonna be my turn.
Okay.
Meaning
So-
what?
I'm going to the quiet place that I keep telling James to do.
Okay. All right.
So I'll come up behind you guys, hearing Lily saying all of this to Dahlia, realizing that fighting the demons is not the answer. But I'm also about ready to go insane. So that's what I do.
Okay. All right.
Lily, it is your turn.
Are those big boys coming towards us?
Yep. They're crawling out of these wounds. There's a horrible, deformed monstrosities, these writhing, demonic creatures from the worst nightmare.
Fahima, you're the key, but I think we need to get Civ out of here. There's something wrong with Civ. Okay. Lily is going to... Oh my god. How long did it take us to get here?
How long did, well, in the void it is, you mean how long did it take to get,
Yeah.
since you entered the rift? Time is meaningless. This is an inside out place where nothing is anything.
So there's no, I can't, dimension door back to where we started.
I think you would be completely disoriented. I think maybe James would be the only one that could get back to the start from here.
Great. Then in that moment, she's just so disoriented. She's gonna keep saying Fahima's the key, she's still concentrating on that. So I'll do shatter on the. Are they within 60 feet of me?
I think they're too far,
Too far.
unfortunately.
Okay, I'll
Maybe
place
not,
a shatter between the demons that are right by Joms.
Joms?
You just have to,
That's-
you could do 60 feet to there, but James would be in it, right?
Okay, well then I'll move forward 10 feet. I can move myself. Sorry.
Great.
You push out of Ugo's backpack.
Yeah, I'll push out of Ugo's backpack because I can
You
now.
can
'cause
fly.
We
You
have
can fly.
fly.
Yeah.
So I'll go. I'm gonna go forward. Yeah, to here. I think that gets me within. That I can put that there without James being in the radius.
What it's a 10-foot cube or 10-foot 10-foot circle?
Yeah.
Yeah, you could do
Yeah,
that.
that'll
Yeah.
do it.
It'll get both of them.
So I'll do that at 4th level. Unsure of what else to do. So you have to do a con save.
Okay. I have advantage on both from Vanderslice and Dusky.
Oh.
Tons of these. Okay. A con save. Oh, that's a lot of a bonus. First one is a 17. Second one is a 16.
Okay, well, one of them saves, one of them doesn't. The one that got 16 takes 27 points of damage,
Okay.
and the other one will take 13.
All right. So shatter. Even in this insane void, this clamoring, whispering, moaning place, that sound still reverberates and hits these two things. 27 and 13.
13.
Yeah. All right. Hitting these, they scream and yell. Their faces marred with hate and anger. It is that your turn, Lily?
Yeah. That's all I can do because I'm still concentrating on my spirit guardians. So, all right. Yeah.
I'll go. You're up. Then James.
All right. Uggo is going to. He closes his eyes. He holds the candle aloft. The flame flickers a bit and begins to swirl in a small ball as Uggo begins to wave his hands in the air, similar to Fahima just did. And as the ball begins to grow, and he lets forward a fireball.
Whoa! Amazing.
Yeah!
Oh!
Uggo's first fireball, everybody.
Oh!
In the void.
They go so fast.
I'm gonna place it. It's 20 feet, so I think I can hit all three of those.
Yeah,
if I
you
place it
can.
properly,
For sure.
and not hit James.
Yeah.
So dexterity saving throws, Jeff.
Yep.
All right. I have advantage on all three from Sprinkwinkle, Gonador, and Fail Waffle. Also, by the way, I should tell you there's been more yams from Fail Waffle.
Oh my goodness.
46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, and 52. Oh, wait, 53. 53 evil yams. Team Force of Evil at 79%.
Oh
That's-
my goodness.
Definitely a record.
That's a record. Easily.
Whoa, it's gotta be, yeah.
All
Wow.
right. So everything
Blown away.
needs
And
dex,
then some.
dex saves, right?
Yep. All three of them, yep.
I did have advantage. That's terrible. Also terrible. That's an 11 on the first.
Fail.
Why am I rolling so bad? Oh, natural 20.
That passes.
Good one.
You're getting advantage on
I like
everything.
to think
Jeff.
that that's what the demon did. Ooh.
That's 19 on the third one. So natural 20 and 19 on the second two. but the
So
first
those
two failed.
both pass.
Yeah.
The first one that failed takes 36 fire damage.
Holy moly.
I
Good
rolled
roll.
like 3 5s, 2 6s, and 2 4s, and a 1.
36.
And then the other ones take half of that, which is going to be what?
18.
Yeah, 18.
All right. They're still up. They
Jeez.
have
Hardy.
resistance to fire damage. So
Oh, they did.
And
Yeah.
Uggo is he's going to move.
Did Lily
there.
fly back? Fly back to. Okay. Yes. Yeah.
She was within 10 anyway, so she was still
Right.
okay, but I'm making it so that everybody's
it.
involved now. And then I think that's it because I can't do bonus action or anything else since I'm not
All right.
moving. So
James,
that's
you're
it.
up.
Did you say the reach of these two demons in front of me was like it was like a 15-foot? Did I get the sense they have super?
Yeah,
long
but you
arms?
don't know that yet.
Well, I mean, do they have crazy long arms?
They have,
No, but-
they have tentacles.
Oh, okay. Good. Okay. Good to know.
PvP, long arms.
So yeah, seeing them take all of this fire damage and everything, James also concentrates and pulls a new spell, and in the exact same spot that Uggo just dropped a fireball, James casts Synaptic Static.
Ooh, fun. What's that?
It is basically a psychic fireball.
Oh, nice.
All three of
Psychic
them
ball.
need to make intelligence saving throws.
Okay, I have advantage on all three from Fail Waffle, but you know,
Okay.
intelligence not their strong suit.
I didn't think so.
Oh, that's not good. A 9 on the first.
Uh-huh.
Oh my golly, a 4 on the second.
Nice.
This is with advantage, people. And a 7.
And a
I mean,
7.
New dice.
Granted,
You need new
they-
dice.
I need new dice. And they did have -3 to their intelligence, so there's that.
They all take 26 points of psychic damage.
Woo!
And for any that are for the ones that are still alive,
Yeah.
they have muddled thoughts for the next minute, meaning that time they roll a d6 and subtract it from any attack rolls and ability checks.
Okay. All right.
They can make another intelligence saving throw at the start of its next turn, to save out of that. But they have muddled thoughts for the next minute. So they subtract a D6 from all attack rolls and ability checks. Minus.
You are in your element tonight.
All right.
Literally. Those two in front of me are still up.
Yeah, I'm just double checking. Yeah.
Also, in case anybody's
Jeez.
listening out there and wondering, I saved my concentration check for Shroud.
Go.
They're still.
Yep, they're both still up. All right.
Hang on. Then, I mean, I can't stay there, right? I gotta get. I'm concentrating on suggestion. I gotta take the swings. I'm gonna use my 60 feet of fly speed and try and dodge and holding my shield up and fly away.
Okay.
Fly back towards my friends.
Okay, so these things have...
However, for 60 feet gets me 10, 20, 30, 40.
Should get you all the way to us.
Yeah,
'cause
pretty much,
You flew
yeah.
only once.
I mean, you were within 15 feet of both of them, so they'll take attacks of opportunity.
Yeah,
Oof. Oof.
I know. Yeah, that's yeah.
Yeah, so I have advantage on the first one.
Stayed there. It stayed there. It was
26. I rolled two 15s. 26 on the first
That hits.
and 25 on the second.
Yeah. Okay. Wait, that's one. Yes. Yeah. They're just attacks of opportunity, so they don't get double attacks. So yes,
That's right.
Yeah, they both hit.
14 points of damage, piercing damage,
Ouch. Okay.
and you are grappled.
So you ain't going nowhere.
6 plus 7 is... And 13 points of piercing damage on the second, but you are grappled.
I have to roll 2 concentration checks.
No,
do I have advantage? Or
You do have advantage from
I-
Hadrian X, countered by change box on
I get
both.
I get advantage because of Warcaster, but thank you both.
Okay.
First is a nat 20.
Nice.
The second is a dirty 20.
Nice.
Wow.
All right. You also need to roll strength saving throws, please.
Oh, I'm not
You have advantage from Hadrian X, countered by change box on the first, and advantage from Dewski, countered by change box on the second.
Thanks, everybody. Does my new demon give me any pluses to strength, anything like that?
No. Sorry.
Had to ask.
I
No,
said
it's all right.
emaciated arms when I described you.
Nope.
he
Nope.
skips
The
leg
first
day
is
and arm day.
The first is a 5 and the second is a 2, so they are both grappling me right now. Oh wait,
right.
wait.
No, it's not.
Jay-
It's not. That is a strength test to see if they pull you in 10 feet. So they pull you in.
Okay, so it wouldn't have mattered because if you minus a d6 from a 26 and a 29, those still would have hit. But please remember to subtract d6s from all their attack rolls. I will
Gotcha.
I will keep reminding you as well.
All right, sounds good. Okay,
But they rolled high enough that it wouldn't have mattered.
so that to piercing. Oh no, that was just their attack of opportunity.
Yes.
That completes your turn though, right?
Yes.
So now they get to go, and if you
Oh my
are, they get to multi-attack. So they can do 2 tentacle attacks and 2 claw attacks each.
All right.
So
These things, we've done a ton of damage to these two demons. I want you to
one you've done 78 points of damage to, and the other you've done 105 points of damage to.
Whoa! And they're not dead.
middle-sized ones.
These are the middle-sized ones. Yep.
It's
Great.
Oh
It's-
my god.
Yeah, just fighting our way through this isn't going to work, you guys. That's what he's trying to allude to.
21 and a 19 are the 2 tentacle attacks.
Minus a d6 from all of it.
Oh, all of these 6. That is a 5.
Miss.
No 1.
So the one hits. The tentacle attack hits.
Okay, so that's 14 points of piercing damage. And then 2 claw attacks. First is a miss. Oh, no. That's a 19 minus
A D6.
19 minus 1 is an 18.
That still hits.
And then a 13 is a miss. Doesn't matter the minus. So this is 5 plus 5 plus 6. Whoa! 21 plus 7 is 28 points of slashing damage.
Wait, 5 foot what? What?
5 plus 5 plus 6 plus 7. 3d6 plus 7.
Oh my goodness. 5 plus 5 plus 6 plus 23. Oh god. Okay. Do I have advantage, disadvantage? I have to make 2 concentration checks.
Okay, you do have advantage from Hadrian X countered by change box in the first, and then a straight advantage from Hadrian X, not countered.
Thank you. So I still get advantage on the first one though. I'm still
Don't you
hanging
get
on.
advantage because
it's
of
because of Warcaster. That's a 13. And then the second one, and it was, you said it was 23, so I need to make an 11 because that's half the damage for my concentration checks, which is a 19. Warcaster doing work, but I am starting to look pretty hurt, guys.
All right.
Is that the end of its turn?
That is the end of its turn.
It has to make it can make an intelligence saving throw to try and save out of the synaptic static.
Oh, fun. Not very smart, though.
Nope.
That's not going to do it. 9 minus 3 is 6.
Yeah. Nope.
There's another one.
What does that continuously do?
It
rolled
just
even
keeps-
worse. A 3.
You keep subtracting a d6 from.
Oh, right.
All right,
from
Dahlia, you are up.
Bane plus.
Right.
Okay.
You have been told that you whatever it is that is unique to you is key here.
Okay. We have to solve this. She looks at Lily. Fahima is the key. Fahima. Fahima is the key. Okay. You have to find her. You have to find Fahima. Who is Fahima? Who is she? Who was she? Who is she? And she remembers Conroy and the menagerie and Barbara and Cookie and the lava creature and the moon dragon she healed and the blink dogs and Meep and the creatures on Whitebeard's ship and the what is it? The boulette? The boulet?
The bullets.
Bulettes? The nightmare pegacorn and Hamlet. I really don't want to do this. I'm sorry. Hamlet! Hamlet! We have to stop. I call Hamlet.
What are you?
She's right.
But we will die.
Hamlet.
Fine. Algo puts his maul away. Fine.
I said I would never say Hamlet on demons, but this is who Fahima is.
Do all of you heed the Hamlet call?
Yeah, I was already there.
The demons converge. The ones that James said to go away continue to go away. The others, over the course, as you do nothing, round after round, they converge, they get closer. But they do not attack. They do not attack. They get around you, closer and closer. And Fahima, your chest, exposed and vulnerable, touched by the cyclone, touched by the void, glows brightly, your heart shining through, your compassion. And just like that, the amulet flashes and blinks twice. Civ, You are somewhere else. Someone else. Some other time. You are inside a body that is not your own. Inside an experience you've never had. A vision of the past facilitated by the amulet. But this one is very different. You are not Zhang Laolong. You are Miris's blue. Alone. High in the sky. Above the clouds. But the sky is not right. It is not sky. It is a face, a presence, a deity. It is the god that was once your husband. His eminence takes shape before you. He has let you in close, like so many did in Olsvach. His overconfidence has made him vulnerable, and you are a confidence artist. You have the blade. It is charged. What do you do?
I'm Miris's, and this is my husband.
It was your husband. Now it is Nevrius the Omnipotent.
Is he doing anything? Is he saying anything? Is he just floating there?
You are there to destroy him. That is what you came to do. He has already cursed your people, blighted them, done horrible, despicable things, and you have the power to end him.
I stare at him for a very long period of time. And then I smile and wave him to come closer.
He does.
I open my arms as if I want to hug. And then when he gets close enough to hug, I pull the blade out from underneath my hair and shove it into his neck.
You do it. You do the difficult thing. The thing that only you can do. You plunge the charged Godslayer blade into Onevrius the Omnipotent. You strike down the god, and it obliterates him. You feel that familiar sting at the moment of killing, the one Civ Red Thistle knows so well. That feeling that happened every time you took a life on the streets for the cheesemonger. But this is even worse. This is her husband. You still feel the love lingering inside her, the love of what he was. You feel the loss. It is the same feeling you had with Vic. You share Miris's loss. The amulet flashes and blinks twice in that same moment. Dahlia, you are transported another time, another place, another body. Fahima has had the experience of living as Miris's blue several times. But this is different. This is an experience you only remember once, briefly. You are 100 feet tall, a towering, powerful force of nature. You harness the power of gale force winds, of the very air itself. And you are using that power. You stand in front of towers built out of glimmering white stone, sanctuaries that you hope may be the salvation of your people. They cannot live as they once did. They cannot touch the ground. So you are using every ounce of your elemental power to cast these buildings into the sky, to anchor them in the clouds and give them some form of hope. Give some form of hope to the few that escaped damnation. What skill can you use to bolster the Cyclone Warden's effort?
One of my abilities. One of my.
Yes.
And this is her efforts to raise the buildings, or just to make this an inhabitable area
to raise the buildings, to literally bring the lodestars up into the clouds.
This might be weird, but I'm going to say animal handling, because I think that there's a strong kinship with flying creatures, and I think that she might be able to use the knowledge of how they're able to maintain their lives in the sky.
Love it. Yeah. Roll it. You have advantage from Lesbian Wolf, countered by Change Box.
Thank you. And I'm using my ability here, so that's a 10 plus 7.
17. Okay. You pass. You muster all of your energy, your focus, your knowledge. You manifest a vortex of incredible power, a cyclone that lifts and pulls at the lodestars. But it is not enough. You need the help of your friends. You call to the flying creatures that you knew as a blue elf, that Mirasis knew as a blue elf. They swarm your position and rise, lifting the lodestar as your cyclone does, pushing with all their might. 5, 10, 20. Magical winged creatures of all shapes and sizes, lifting the tower into the clouds. You establish it, tower after tower that way, providing a home to the survivors of your husband's terrible curse. But you know the truth. They will never be blue elves. They are born of the sky now, and will live their entire lives there. These sky children will be trapped in the prisons you are making for them, and you are not one of them. Dahlia knows this feeling well. Growing up among the Aarakocra of Pash, and Fahima knows it, raised alone, feeling like a monster, separated, sequestered, different. You share Mirasis' loneliness. In that same moment, the amulet flashes and blinks twice. James, like Civ and Dahlia before you, you have been transported a different time, a different body, the same place. You are the Cyclone Warden, staring into the cold emptiness of the void. You know it. You feel it. Your demon heart yearns for it. Before you, a purple oozing slime, formless, shapeless, immense. Ganador, the Ancient One. It waits. It asks something from you, from the Cyclone Warden. It wants to control your power. It wants you to surrender the mote of stone. What do you do? Give the stone or not give the stone.
I deceive, and I hold on to the stone, trying to convince it that it's for the best, that it stays with me, and that it can't be extracted or I will be greatly reduced in power.
You refuse to relinquish the essence of your power. You stand in the face of the great Ganador, and you say no. But you have done something you cannot take back. Like Thad Yelmings and your own deal with the Dark Patron, you refuse. You are persuasive, but there are consequences. The Great Old One does not take the mote, but it changes it, warps and defiles it. It darkens, sapped of its element. It becomes the mote of the void. And since you have not given it up, it changes you too. Myriad becomes something different, something hollow and malicious. Myriad becomes a thing even farther removed from herself, a thing of pain and anguish. The Void Warden. James knows that feeling all too well. You share Myriad's regret. In that same moment, the amulet flashes and blinks twice. In that same moment, Uggo, all is empty, all is lost. Your essence is as a void. You are the Void Warden. The maelstrom inside your own mind is nearly too much to endure. You are power and nothingness at the same time. You are the thrall of Ganador. But you have been called forth out of the void, summoned by a voice distant and haunting, familiar and painful. You want to make it stop. You want it to end. Your vision is a swirl of disorientation, like trying to make out the horizon line inside a tornado. Is there a figure in front of you? You can't tell. All you feel is rage. Rage, familiar and easy, a version of yourself from the past. Uggo, roll me a perception check. You have advantage from Hadrian X, countered by Changebox.
18.
You pass. You focus. You see her. You notice her. The figure in front of you is your blood, your kin. You feel something in that moment. But it is too late. The tendril darts out of the void and into Dahlia. You know her. What have you done? You have murdered your family. Your brother, Braca, Myriad's granddaughter, Dahlia, it is the same. You are no different than she. You scream out in anguish. You share Myriad's shame. In that same moment, in that same second, the amulet flashes and blinks twice. Lily, you are emptiness. You are madness. You are the Void Warden. You are nowhere. It is hopeless. You feel it. You have been inside nothingness for so long. There is no end and no beginning, but somewhere in the endless procession of oblivion comes a glimmer of hope. A pinprick, a minute tear in the vast nothingness, away beyond. Somewhere, somehow, a young man, a human, picks up an ancient book lost for generations inside a vast library, the way your master used to corrupt and manipulate others in the past, a tiny doorway out of this realm, not large enough to travel through, only to communicate. Lily, roll a charisma check. You have advantage from Gateway Guy, countered by Changebox.
I got a nat 20.
You reach out through the barrier between realms, through the book, and you beguile the reader. A misfit, a non-wizard at a magical school, you offer him power, a way to matter. And it works. You will do anything to escape your torment. You, Lily, have felt that too, that need to escape your environment, to get out of Bingle, and you know that feeling of despair, of losing everyone and everything you've ever loved. That willingness to do anything no matter the cost. You remember forcing Mervis Blowhard to turn that boat around and go back to Bingle. You share Miris's desperation. You have seen the true gift of the amulet. You have lived life through the eyes of another, experienced their emotions firsthand, thought through their decisions as your own. You have played the role. And in role-playing, you have acted with kindness. You have accepted Miris's Blue's true demons with compassion, with understanding. For when you walk in someone else's shoes, when you experience their difficulties as your own, you gain empathy. The things that brought Miris to this place, that locked her here, her loss, her loneliness, her regret and shame, her desperation, those things are diminished with empathy. The amulet, your trust, and your role-playing have helped heal the emptiness that can trap even the most powerful beings in the void. And with this realization, all of you hear a voice in your head. Ganador comes! Go! I will follow!
James turns and starts flying towards the exit, grabbing all of his friends, bunching them up together in his wings as he can, and he flies as fast as we can towards where he feels they came from, the rift.
You race to the exit, the full bombardment of madness assaulting your minds. It is only because of James, as the Demon Lord, able to navigate you back to the mouth, to the gaping maw that leads out of this nightmarish voidscape. It is a relief and an anguish all at once, being pressed through the rift back to the mortal plane, like being torn apart and reassembled. You all tumble through, exhausted, depleted, your casks of liquor of the dead nearly dry, your minds still a jumble. Which is why it is even more disorienting to be greeted on the other side by a voice. I suppose it is too much to simply ask you to hand over the motes. You look up to see the end of this cave filled with individuals. Gray skin, white hair, and armed as if for war. The Drow. And at their head stands 3 individuals. A woman in a long black robe streaked with wisps of gray rising like smoke. Beside her, a scarred dragonborn warrior with scales that shimmer like the ocean, holding a trident. And on her other side, a bald-headed woman with dark gray skin, eyes cold and hard. In her hands, she holds a magnificent, ornately decorated urn. The woman in the center continues to speak from under a dark hood. I thought not. Well, 3/5 of a god will have to suffice for now. She reaches into the urn beside her, plunging her hands deep inside it. The glow of something in the center of the container glitters, illuminating her arms and the underside of her chin. It is dazzling and terrifying. Holding herself in place, concentrating on the urn, Calcutta Theed begins to change. Her body starts to morph and grow, her lower half ballooning out and expanding, legs sprouting from the surface. 2, then 3, then more and more, larger and larger she grows, her upper half rising, her robe tearing and falling away. You watch Theed's face, holding the urn out for this metamorphosis, and you remember how you found her. When she was still Diptha, embalmed, webbed, surrounded by spiders. And you make the connection. You see Calcutta Theed, the Ashen Mage, transform into something diabolical. A massive spider with a woman's torso. The Spider Queen. Loth. And that's where we'll end tonight.
Oh, I got goosebumps. Ooh.
Poor Jeff.
Are we sure we can't talk this out? Because I'm pretty beat up.
That was
Beautiful.
gorgeous.
Beautiful.
That was such a beautiful way.
No, you picked up what I was putting down. It was beautiful. It's beautiful.
Thank goodness.
Wow.
Thank goodness, because woof.
All right. So, we got one more, folks, and it's going to be a big one.
A Ganador, big one.
We had an incredible night of potatoes and yams.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah.
Count.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Every single person. Fail Waffles 53 is quite extraordinary.
Good Lord!
Every single person that bought a balloon or a advantage or a disadvantage, we are grateful. I don't think the Force War is going to change. It's 79% for Team Force of Evil. 21. Although we got a late potato from Guy Vox. Thank you, Guy.
Oh, thank you,
Thank
Guy
you, Guy
Vox.
Thank you, Guy Vox.
We appreciate you.
So that brings us to 78%, 22% for Team Force of Good. Thank you, Guy Vox. Very, very cool. I love you guys.
Love
and
you.
I appreciate you. All right. Let's we gotta end the show the way we always do, which is to thank our topmost patrons. The folks, our patrons really make the show possible, and we're grateful for all of them. But those topmost patrons, one of their really cool benefits is that we read their names at the end of the show, but not just in a normal way. No, we make a fun game out of it. And this week, we will we do different themes. And this week we will roll a die, find out things. Morgan, are you doing that for me?
Yes, I am. Sorry, I'm distracted.
Sorry.
Fahima.
All right.
Wow. Okay.
Fahima. Oh, this is going to be fun. Hopefully you get this reference. This was,
It'll be fun either way.
it will be fun either way.
Don't count on it.
This was suggested by one of our patrons, Beaker Parr. Thank you, Beaker Parr. This is the uncle, like the one from Princess Bride, telling a bedtime story.
Okay. Yeah, I understand that reference.
Yeah.
What does his voice sound like?
It's
So you want to hear a story?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Just imagine anybody with like a gruff cigar smoking, whiskey
Okay.
drinking voice.
All right.
We'll skip the kissing this time.
Where's my storybook? Okay. It's time to go to bed.
Of despair.
All right, Bob Harris. You sit down. We're going to bed. All right.
Okay.
We're gonna read the story
Yeah.
of Sloppy Goat's Bakery.
Oh, I love this one.
All right. I know you do. So get under the covers. All right.
Okay, I'm ready.
There's an epic quest to get just jewels, but these jewels were being guarded by a lesbian wolf. And we'll talk about what that is later.
Oh, I like that. The wolf with an alternative. Yeah.
Already amazing.
And in order to get to the just jewels, the adventurer, yet to be named, has to travel through the digital realm. We'll also talk about that later. You can't perform yet. All right, the adventurer's name is Wilbro Jr. Wilbro Jr. is only 10 years old, just like you.
Just like me.
Yup, and he teams up with his best friend, Hadrian X.
Hey, that's like my best friend.
Yeah, exactly. Yep. And then they're gonna ride on the Beaker Par, which is this big bird with a big beak. Okay. And this bird's name is Sejo. Sejo 225. Okay.
There are 224 other ones as well.
Yes. And so in book, this is book 3. In book 1, they found the Beaker Paw. Okay, we're moving on. It's getting late. It's 8:30. Okay. All right. Then on their journey, they travel through the desert. They're desert wanderers, and the desert's name is Idakai. It's a mythical place. All right, calm down. Did your mother give you chocolate milk before bed? Because I gotta have her stop doing that. All right, when Grandpa's here, no chocolate milk. Okay.
I'm a little hyper boy 66.
Jessica sounds like late career Peggy Marshall to me.
Oh, I like this part. Okay. Then they get to the magical fairy place called Fenderil, and they meet Angel Devilson. And Angel appears on one side, Devil appears on the other side, and they don't know what to do.
Of his head.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, you've read this one before. Okay.
It's my imagination.
Oh, okay. Well, you got it right. And then the Fenderil makes them say, "I am moo cow," and looks really silly. Really. Okay, quiet.
Oh, sorry.
Quiet. Your little brother's in the other room. He's already asleep. I'm not doing this all over again. Then, once they get past the ferry, then they meet the Gold family, Seraphy Braba, and their daughter, Kitty Scritches. Okay, it's a family of cats. Golden cats. And these golden cats send them to their friend Armando 89 and Armadillo, who also lives in the cave with them. And together, they give little Hadrian X and Wilbro Jr. a riddle. A riddle where they have to think about their past decisions.
Oh, yeah. I always have to think of your past decisions.
Whoa.
I don't know what that means. That feels deep, kid. We're going to talk
You
about
might
want
to talk to Mom.
He's in the other room.
Oh, okay. Get under the covers. Put your head. Put your covers covering your mouth. Okay, and your nose. I just want to see eyes. Okay. All right. So then they solve the riddle, and they go find the lesbian wolf. And you know what they do? You know how the story ends? You've read it a million times. How does it end? They got
a Mickey Wolf.
A Mickey Wolf.
Yeah.
Mickey Wolf's best friend.
Yeah.
And then they get the jewels, and there's a happily ever after. Okay, you're nice and tired. I got my own.
Needed. You are the best. Thank you.
Grandpa
that's
references needed. We got a late phone call in from your friend Hristijan Stoikovsky. Yeah, he's your best friend. He's on the phone right now. He's calling you. Oh, were you telling the Idakai story again? The Hadrian
Sloppy Goat's Bakery.
Oh yeah, of course.
No,
of course.
Grandpa's got his own chocolate milk he's got to get to. All right, so good night. Love you.
Don't drink too much of it.
Yay.
Good, everybody.
Remind me never to have Jessica tell my son. unless it's scripted.
Second roll, please.
Second roll. Fahima again. James.
Let's go.
Me.
All right. This was
double.
sent by Aaron McLeod. This is the Team Force of Evil. I like to think this is sort of in honor of Ertinfert in some
Oh no!
abstract
Don't make
way.
me rhyme.
No. This is
Oh, God.
this was a lesser known Bond villain trying to beat 007 once and for all.
I love this so much. All right, give me a second. All right. Yes, Mr. Bond, it is I, Steelfoot, your old nemesis, and you've made it deep into the depths of my underground lair inside the volcano known as Student of Grimm. Welcome.
Well,
You'll
it
see
wasn't
over
very-
here.
It wasn't very hard. You invited me over and offered me a martini, so I figured I would show up. It'd be rude not to.
It was all part of my master plan.
Oh.
And you'll notice over here, you see my tank of drama piranhas that you will soon be swimming in.
Yes, it's very nice.
Yes. I bet you think you're clever with your MI6 and Gorbin-played gadgets. But I am the true mastermind, Mr. Bond, for I have the shiny 8-bit boo.
Ah, yes. I see them down your vest. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
All 8 of them. Read them and weep, Bond.
You didn't need to open your vest. I was just commenting on them. And
I'm sorry.
Now
I'm
it's,
very
now it's
sorry.
awkward. Thank you.
Sorry, thank you. Yes, but I see that you drove your latest model Aston Martin, the Forest Elf 86, into my lair. It's very pretty. Well done. You've really gained a level, Marcus. As we like to say around here.
Odd saying, but
Yes, it is. But I don't know. I think I'm nuts. Or did you seduce my doctor of scientific science here inside my volcano lair?
It's my official title, Doctor of Scientific Science. And to answer your question, yes, he did seduce me.
Yes, well, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Down to Clown.
I will mention I did J-Rock last night.
Yes. Well, I suppose I'm the one to blame for hiring a doctor named Susie Down to Clown, but what are you gonna do?
Blame my mother.
That's wild, man. That is really wild. I don't know what you're doing here. Get in the tank of drama piranhas, would you? I need a Lincoln break.
Amazing!
Well done.
The
Ladies
doctor
and
of
gentlemen.
science of
That was great. That's
Yeah.
a top 10. All right. Good stuff, everybody. Good stuff. That's going to do it for this episode. Thank you very much for watching and supporting the show. We are so grateful.
Thank
We will be back for my last episode.
That was a ringer, man.
Yeah. We will see you then. Until that time, humankind. Bebo.
Bebo!
Mwah.
It started. As a simple dungeon run. As a simple dungeon run.